Good on the morning. We're back for more Phoenix Wright trials and tribulations. Let's make sure the camera's in the right place. Yep, because I did a bit of cleaning yesterday and my camera got nudged a bunch, so I had to correct it. But yeah, that's alright. We're back for more of Case 2, the Stolen Turnabouts. Last time we convicted Luke Atme as the burglar and thief. However, by doing so, we pinned our client as a potential murderer because we positioned him in the exact place a murder took place just to clear him of the robbery. So now it's a matter of trying to save his life a second time. As I get that guide ready because I forgot to do it. It's trying to save him a second time now. Now this time of murder. Make sure everything's all good to go. Let us begin. October the 13th, 3:02 PM. Wright & Co. Law Offices. You know, I'm glad we found the urn and all, but poor Delight got arrested again. Well, supposedly, Mr. Delight was in the CEO's office when the murder occurred. No way, Jose, I don't buy it. The one who proved that Mr. Delight was there was Mr. Nick himself, at least from what I can understand. Looks like you did too good of a job this time, Nick. Well, how about we get started looking into the KB security murder? I think I'm going to head back to Crane Village for a little while, if that's alright. Sure, but why? I'm going to bring the secret urn back and have some people take a look at it. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I'll go with... No, Mystic Maya, you should stay here. I want you to spend some special quality time together, full of love and happiness. Pearls is so caught up in her fantasy she forgot there's a murder to solve. Secret urn given to Pearls. Now remember, no fighting, okay? She's gone. Alright, Nick, time to get going on the murder investigation. Our first port of call is the Damask hideout. Oh, Nicky boy, Maya. Mr. Light. All I wanted to do was help my dear Ronnie. Yeah, but I guess it ends up hurting his case. Don't say that, Nick. She doesn't need your help beating herself up. Hey, Nicky boy, please. Please help Ronnie. He's not a killer, I swear. My Ronnie wouldn't hurt a fly. Alright, I'll poke around and see what I can find out. Really? Are you serious? Oh, I'm so happy. I knew asking for your help was the right thing to do. I don't know what I can do to help anymore. I had no idea Mr. Light was had such a vulnerable side. If anything, it just shows how much she genuinely loves her husband. Examine the space helmet on the chest of drawers. You mean this? This thing looks vaguely familiar. Oh, I know. It's a fishbowl. Well, it's upside down one anyway. I think it's a helmet. An alien helmet. Looks like a tape recorder or something next to it. I think it's a transceiver. An alien transceiver. Oh, that? Ronnie brought that home one day. He asked one of his friends from work if he could have it. It's a Space Ranger uniform. I've never seen Ronnie happier in his whole life. Oh man, now I want one too. I wonder if KB Security was in charge of security at the event from that old case. Yeah, he talked about the last case of the second game. Anyway, talk to her about everything. Listen carefully, Nicky boy. My Ronnie would never ever kill anyone. It's just not in him. I don't think he would either, Nick. Yeah, but you have to admit he's got a bit of a temper to him. It's not that hard to imagine him snapping and screaming, "Please die!" He would never say that. Anyway, Mr. Light, he might not be a killer, but he's still going around saying that he's a thief. I already told you, that's just a fantasy for him. Mr. Light, I hate to say it, but you're the one living in a fantasy world. What? How dare you say that to me, Nicky boy? I know everything about my Ronnie. We don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't the thieving type. He's so honest that he wouldn't even sneak a nap. He's so honest that he wouldn't even steal a glance. A thief? Ha, that's the very idea. I guess I just don't get it. Huh? Get what? I just can't understand how they can be so different and yet be such a happy couple. It happens! Yeah, they sure are different. Come on now, Nicky boy. It's not that mysterious, is it? It was love at first sight. For me, anyway. What? For you? I hate these kinds of people more than anything. You mean ace detectives? No, I'm fine with ace detectives. Oh, so you must mean thieves? No, they're alright too. I just hate thieves that pretend to be ace detectives. There's something I hate more than cowardly men. By the way, why... Oh, whoops. Fingers. Why did you go to Detective Atmey's office anyway? Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more anxious. I went there to try and find out more about the real criminal. The real criminal? Yes, obviously, the real Master Mask is not my Ronnie, right? Yeah. Well, Detective Atmey knew more about Master Mask than anyone else. They mentioned him on the Great People Around Town segment on TV. So then, you went there to ask him some questions? That's right. I'll do whatever it takes to save my man. His security said the ace detective isn't in right now, but I forced my way past her and into his hideout. I wouldn't exactly call that office of his a hideout. The bag was sitting right there on top of the table. Yep. Oh yeah, we saw that bag there yesterday too. I'm like lower than someone who would try to pin a crime on someone else. Mr. Light, do you know about KB Security? Don't be silly, of course I do. That's where my Ronnie works. So she thinks he still works there, huh? And yet, according to what we heard today... Come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Ron DeLight was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard. Ron quit. He doesn't work there anymore. Looks like Mr. Light doesn't know. KB Security is only about 20 minutes away, by motorcycle that is. Ray told me it takes 30 minutes by car. Well, I have to admit I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike. To make it to KB Security that fast, are you sure you aren't literally flying? Why don't I give you a ride sometime? Or better yet, how about now? I'll pass, thanks. Why don't you just tell us where it is and we'll go ourselves? Ha, what a scaredy cat you are, Nick. Mr. Light told us the location of KB Security. Okay, let's head over there right away, Nick. So was it really love at first sight when you first met Mr. Delight? Well, maybe not at first sight, but Ronnie saved my life. Saved your life? I was at work one day when two robbers suddenly rushed in. Well, I'm not the kind that just curled into a little ball in the corner, so I fought back. Robbers? Yes, they took me hostage. I was so frightened. They were both carrying these huge knives, and I broke down into tears. Yeah, I would too if I were in that situation. Oh, I think I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running to save you? Yes, exactly. I remember he looked so handsome in that guard uniform of his. He went right up to those two knife-wielding robbers and screamed in their faces. Please, stop it! He screamed. I could see the robber's face turn pale. That high-pitched shriek of his does have a surprisingly strong effect on people. Well, I only just realised. I love how she's dressed up during this. Like, she hasn't got the biker uniform on, but she's actually dressed pretty damn suave. Then, crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked the two robbers. All by himself, he came to save me, a total stranger, all by himself. He was so scared that he was crying and shaking, but he still risked his life for me. Wow, that's a great story. Yeah, you may not look it, but in a tough situation, there's no one better. That's why I fell in love with him like I did. That's so romantic. I'd fall in love too, I guess. Nick, I hope you'll do the same for me if I ever get taken hostage. With Maya, that possibility always seems to loom in the not-so-distant future. It's like, when it's you, Maya? Fuck knows. Alright, anything else, or do we go over? No. To the CEO's office. So I guess this is where it all went down, huh? The walls here look thick, just like you'd expect in a CEO's office. What's that got to do with anything? Hey, it's you guys! Oh, it's Detective Gumshoe. Dude, it was a real train wreck for you guys, huh? Sure was, pal. That prosecutor made real fools out of us. Yeah. Excuse me. I feel for you. Gumshoe, you got some stuck in your throat? Nah, don't worry about it. Well, that's not like you at all. I thought you'd be more like, oh, that was great. You guys got what you deserve, pal. Ho, 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 ho. Or something to that effect. Do I really sound like that to you, pal? If the gumshoe fits. Well, anyway. The point is, I can tell when someone puts their heart into their job. And I can sympathize when things don't go your way. Sometimes, I feel like wrong is the only way things go for us detectives. Wow, I had no idea Detective Gumshoe is such a nice guy. Now, if this little love fest is over, maybe we can start investigating? Examine the folder at the front of the room. As in on this one on the table. Got this big, thick binder here. Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick. Reading a file isn't exactly back-breaking work, just a little hard in the eyes. What did you find out, Nick? This file, it's not about any sort of security operations or anything. This huge file is all about Master Mask. It's filled with info on him. What? What kind of info? It's filled with incredibly detailed information about his methods in the crime scene. Hey, Nick. Look at the last page. It's a list. Let's see. Tier of Emanon, 100,000. It's like a list of all the treasures that the mask has stolen. Then 100,000 is the value of the stolen item? I don't know, that number sounds kind of low to me. I think I'd better secretly make a copy of this list. Examine the red button at the back. Oh, there's a button here. Let's see. Hey, cut it out. Don't press that. That was pretty funny. I never knew Detective Gumshoe could jump like that. What is this button anyway? It's an emergency buzzer. It says right there on the panel. Oh, whoops, you're right. It's written right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first? This alarm is connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security up here. Really? And it's possible on the night of the crime. So when the CEO was attacked, do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer? Yeah, I thought about that, so I asked around down there. But they said that the buzzer never went off that night. Also, we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buzzer. Mr. Bollard, the victim, wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way, just so you know. I think we'd better go talk to that guard about the emergency buzzer. But before that, let me scroll down. Can I present Kane to him now, or do I have to present it to him later? No, we have to talk to Gumshoe first, and then learn about Kane Bollard, and then we present Kane Bollard to him. Anyway, Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the murder. Okay. But the thing is, I'm really not supposed to. Hey, come on. What about how we put all our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us right now, and we need help. Okay, I'll tell you. Just don't start crying on me, okay, pal? Okay, I won't cry on you, pal. The victim's name is Kane Bollard. He was a CEO of KB Security and a pretty big fella in his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 in the morning on October 12th. Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, probably an object in this room. Happened at exactly the same time that Master Mask was stealing the urn, huh? So why did it take almost an entire day to discover the body? There's a good explanation for that one. Bollard's body was stashed away inside that safe. Safe? It is pretty big. Nobody had heard from him. When they opened the safe this morning, out he came. Oh, so the body fell out. The white string must be the shape from where he fell out. I think we still need some more information about Mr. Bollard. Maybe you could start by guessing the man's name right. So, what happened to Mask? He's at the detention center, screaming like a madman. Investigate me again, he keeps yelling. No, I didn't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right? Oh, you mean that detective at me? Oh, that was great. That guy got what he deserved. Now that's a detective I know and love. Think about it. Admi was always around when a calling card showed up, but he always mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place. I was hiding at the crime scene. Yeah, right. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. That's how you just knew he was the thief. That would explain how he was able to retrieve the stolen item he keeps bragging about. Yeah, he just did it to make himself look like a great detective, that's all. But there's one thing I can't figure out about his first heist. His first? Yeah, the Tear of a Manon case. There was a witness on that one. A witness? Here, I saved the newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys can keep it. Hey, this guard here. Haven't I seen him somewhere before? Pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but then she mentions it. Yeah, you can see by the curl on the back of the hair. It's Ron. Prosecutor Godot. Oh, that prosecutor. I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight. Yeah, I think he did that way just because he knew I'd heard more. That's what my gut tells me anyway. So who is that Java-addicted mask maniac anyway? Prosecutor Godot? He's quite the enigma, huh? The thing is, pal, I never even heard of the guy before. He just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office, came out of nowhere. That's right, he said this was his first case as a prosecutor. And it's true, according to the records anyway, but no way he's an amateur. He's an Iceman in court, a maverick that gives me goosebumps. Goosebumps? You? Yeah. I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. They all just turned the other way. Poor Detective Gumshoe, I had no idea you were so unpopular. Ah, no, that's not what I meant. That Godot guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secret. Oh no, whoops. Detective Gumshoe, tell us more about this Mr. Shane Bluebard. That's Kane Bollard, not Shane Bluebard, pal. Oh yeah, the victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me. Well, you were the victim up until Mr. Bollard was found dead. Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning. Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. Can you help us out? Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just babbling like an idiot right now. Okay, Nick. Now is our chance to get more info about the victim, so hurry up and ask. Can you tell us some more info about Mr. Bollard? He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is that anyway? Well, the company basically sends security teams out of buildings to guard them. Mr. Bollard must have had a chance to learn a lot of security doing that kind of work. Oh, and? And I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber. Really? Me too. I just love money. I can't ever get enough. Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet. Anyway, it looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions. Oh? So that's my problem. I need to be shiftier. Let me go already. Apparently he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. Oh, that's pretty dirty and underhanded. Yeah. Oh, KB Security used to head the security operations against Mars. What, really? Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive. So it really was Bollard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh? Anything else we can get out of this, or are we leaving? Go to the security room. October 13th, KB Security Guard Office. Wow, this is really something else. For a security guard office, it sure doesn't feel very secure. KB Security Guard. Uh-oh, I just remembered. Larry might be. Hey, Nick, what's up? Ah, so he is here. Yo, how's it hanging, dude? And you got my sweet little Maya with you, too. Hi, Larry. Here, I was working my fingers to the bone. And in walks an angel. I've got no problems with a daytime date. It's all good. No, that's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bollard murder case. Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's so hopelessly clueless. But if it's about the murder case, boy, have I got some good info for you. Really? What is it? Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet old Maya. But Nick here is a different story. But Larry, I thought you two were old school buddies. That was then and this is now. Anyway, we got stuff to investigate before we talk to him. Examine the pink bag. Oh, I know this. You got to examine pretty much everything in this room. There's a trophy in it for you. Because Old Bag, unfortunately, isn't in this game properly, but you can find traces of her fucking everywhere. That's my partner's seat. Your partner? Well, that's what I call her. She's my superior, actually. Kind of a weird old lady. There's a teaspoon over that machine, you know? Oh, don't worry about it. Just the other day, I spilled some chocolate milk on mine. It still works fine, more or less. They really know how to build them, I guess. White poster. What is written on the poster in fine print? A guard's 5 commandments. Wow, this sounds serious. Let's see what it says. 1. Obey the superior. 2. Respect thy superior. 3. Smile at thy superior. 4. Salute thy superior. And 5. Buy donuts for thy superior upon command. It's signed Wendy Oldbag, head supervisor. She's one tough old bird, let me tell you. Cross her and you come face to face with a real genuine ray gun. Yeah, sounds scary, alright. Well, fortunately she's on vacation, that's why I'm so relaxed right now. Thank God. Next is Larry's jacket. Hey Larry, that's your jacket, isn't it? That's right. Did you know you hung it right on top of some kind of lever? Yeah, sure. I was told to never ever touch that lever. She scolded and huffed at me. Something terrible will happen if you do. Got it, Greenhorn? So, why hang your jacket on such an important lever? Because it got me curious. Let me correct this. The jacket's weight pulls the lever down. That's why it's called an accident. Doesn't the suspense just kill you? Don't you want to know what'll happen, huh? True. It's killing me too. What about you, Nick? Yeah, but for a different reason. Next is the circular green screen. This one. Oh, look at this thing here. Hey, Larry, what are they? Did you say hmm? Hey man, it's not like I have to know what they are to do my job. I always thought they were some kind of decoration or something. Oh boy. How did this guy ever get a job here anyway? Those screens there never show what's going on all over the building, everywhere. Oh sorry, those screens there show what's going on all over the building, everywhere. And it's my job to keep a steady eye on them, all of them. I wouldn't sound so smug if I were you. Can you watch regular TVs on this, or TV on this too? If anyone would sit here and watch TV instead of working, it's Larry. Hey, Maya, I'm a pro, okay? Besides, you can't get regular TV on it. And how do you know that's Larry? Because that was my first bit of investigation, if you know what I mean. I know what you're thinking! It was a professional investigation, alright? I'll examine the chair. And this should be the last thing, I believe, for the trophy. That's my workstation, pretty cool, huh? I'll keep a steady eye on the monitors and use that mic for communicating. Look at this equipment, it must be hard to operate. No biggie, I think there's an instruction manual somewhere in this room. Somewhere? Instruction manual? What are you going to do in an emergency? Well, I guess I'd start by calmly looking for the instruction manual. During that time, my partner, the old lady, would calmly look for her reading glasses. That's what us security professionals call teamwork. Even Maya and Pearls could run this place better. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Hey, trophy unlocked, smells like old bag. Examine everything with even a whiff of old bag on it. Anyway, back to actual, advancing story. We need to talk to Larry about everything. Talk to this moron about everything we can. So what's this good info you're talking about, Larry? Hey, I'm a guard, a pro. I can't just give away information for free. You want a bribe? I thought professionals were more, I don't know, honest! Can you talk to him, Maya? Larry, tell us already. What's the good info? Hey, I like that. This kitten's got some claws. Okay, you really want to know? Yes, so tell me. Okay, so the thing is, Rhonda Light was an employee here. And naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me? Yeah, you're a pro. I follow you. Go on. But 1 year ago, Rhonda Light was fired. And there was no warning at all. It just happened all of a sudden. I know it's a small company, but I think it was pretty awful. Guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that. Like maybe skipping out of work to go pick up hard chicks or something? What, like you? No, that's just you. So what's it like to be a part-time security guard? Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me. I get by alright, I guess. First, I have to keep my eye on those monitors all the time. Monitors? There are security cameras. I'm definitely gonna get a new headset at some point, because this just isn't comfy on me anymore. The security cameras set in each room around the building. It's really hard. Sometimes I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out. Oh? And if I see something suspicious, I have to contact one of the teams. What teams? Security teams for this company. They're supposed to be the best in the business. But I'm no amateur either, so if it's something small, I don't bother calling them. So in other words, you basically watch TV screens all day. You were in this office when the murder took place, weren't you? Well, why do you say that? It's just a part-time job for me, and I can't operate the equipment, and I'm dumb. Even if it's a part-time and you're dumb, you're still in charge of security here. Hey, give me a break. Don't try to pin the whole thing on me. That's not fair, Nick. Huh? I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. Anyway, the point is you were here that night, right? Aw, damn it, Larry! Oh no, I knew something smelled bad and it was the butts after all. Well, it's like I always say, that was then, this is now, okay? It's like I'm going to have to break his sight locks after all. Alright, Larry, let's fucking do this, you moron. Night of the crime. On the night of the crime, were you working hard like you were supposed to? What? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been? But didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Mr. Light? But Dad was that, and this is this. And there's any chance that you snuck out of work last night too? Never. I didn't sneak out. I tell you what, I'll even bet you $1. $1? Wow, now that's confidence. What's with that drenched in the rain puppy look in your face? Do you have evidence I left my position, or are you just pulling my chain? Take that! This is the key card to the CEO's office, right? Yeah, that's right. This key card was found inside a wallet. This wallet? You know about this, right? I've never seen it before. Liar. You hand-delivered this wallet to Mr. Light just yesterday. Give me a break. You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens. Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. What time was it when you found this wallet? I guess it was around 1 in the morning on the first floor of the company building. 1 o'clock in the morning? 1 o'clock in the morning? That's right. In other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office. Yeah, but there's something you didn't think about. What's that? My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. The murderer must have snuck in before then. What do you mean by that? If the murderer had snuck in before 10, then it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift was before mine. Why do I have a feeling that he still doesn't get the seriousness of this? Listen up, Larry. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 10 p.m. during your shift. Larry, when you use this key card, does it leave a record? Yeah, it does. But I can't show the record to just anyone you know. That key card data is already made public in the trial today. What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request or info like that is supposed to go through me. Boy, does that sound a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office was opened with this card. Furthermore, it was the most definitely used at 1 a.m., the time of the murder. No way! Yes, someone used it to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 AM on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift. Oh. Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time. No. I don't know why you don't just slap him upside the head instead of doing all this. Oh, I knew it. It's all my fault. It's my fault that the boss was killed. My fault. Larry, there was nothing I could do. I had important issues to deal with too, man. What happened that night anyway? My Donna happened. Huh? Your Donna? I've got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, my Donna called and said, I have to talk to you right away. So when I went to see her, and he was standing right there next to her. Who was? Her new boyfriend. It was like some horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy socked me right in the kisser. Normally I'm the one that does the punching, isn't that right, Maya? Yeah. So this is why you left the security guard office? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. How can I ever make it up for you, Nick? What can I do? What? He's curled up on the floor, crying like a baby. Oh boy. Nick! Is there anything I can do? Anything, just name it. Shut up for one. I'll do whatever I have to make up for it. I swear I will. Larry. Hey Nick, as long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we've got? Yeah, she's right. Maybe we can get at least one bit of useful information out of him. Nick. The buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right? That's right, just like my heart is always connected to yours, Maya. Huh? Go ahead, Maya, press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come running to the rescue like the professional guard I am. Wow, that was pretty good. Thanks, I try. It's like, I'm doing my best here. You mean you can tell us about the buzzer now? Yeah, please. Please tell us. Okay, I guess so. Prepare to be wowed. I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier. Yeah, I heard it. So that was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Oh, this is the third floor of the basement. The CEO's office on the first floor. I thought it'd be kind of a good idea to adopt a wait-and-see approach. You lazy? Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary. It's as if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder, okay? Is it true that the buzzer didn't go off that night? There must be a record, right? You must have had a look at it, right? Of course I did, and I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either. Do you think you could take just one more look for me, pretty please? Okay, I just can't say no to you, Maya. What do you think, Nick? He's probably right. I don't think even Larry could make a mistake like that. What? What is it? What's wrong? I made a mistake! Huh? How? It can't be. It's impossible. Okay, enough already. What about the records? At night, it went off just once in the morning at around 1 AM. That's when the murder happened. Really? Are you serious? That's terrible. It can't be. At 1:02 AM on the day of the murder. What are we gonna do with you, Larry? Anyway, we've got everything we can out of him, so we're going to the basement warehouse, which requires a bit of traveling, so we need to go to the exhibition hall first. The treasures of the Crane exhibit are all ruined now. Maya, I'm sorry, it's just so sad. It was our big chance that everyone will learn about spirit channeling. Maybe I can cheer her up somehow. Well, now that we've got the sacred urn back, maybe they can reopen it. Really? Sure, maybe we can label it the Urn of Master Mask's Desires. That would probably attract a lot of attention. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's brilliant, Nick! We could clean up and be filthy rich. Woohoo! Wow, that was surprisingly easy. Anyway, I'm still getting distracted by the music being so bouncy. Alright. The Rodney Taylor basement. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Andrews. What's she still hanging around down here for? So how is it going? What about the Sacred Urn? The urn? Oh, that. It's been taken care of already. What do you mean, oh, that? Taken care of? Do you mean it's been found? Yeah. It was brought in during the trial today. Oh, wow, really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was Master Mask's wife that found it. Well, anyway, I'm so relieved. We just heard all about it on the news. So the detective was actually the thief all along. It looks that way right now. It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring the mask to guard the treasures. Don't blame yourself. You were just doing your job. Hey, Nick. If she wants to apologize, you should let her. So, oh, what? You feel like playing the victim now, do you, Maya? So, when was it that you hired Detective Atme again? About 20 days ago. And when was it that the master's calling card arrived? That was about 10 days ago. So he sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard. I guess that's it then. Detective Atme must have really wanted the secret urn after all. I guess so. What? So Master Mask murdered someone as well? Well, that's how things look right now. Yes, but I thought that he was here stealing the urn at the time. Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything is possible. Nick, let's get down to business already. On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious about Detective Atme? No, I couldn't have. After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never got a glimpse of him. He claims that that's the way he always operates. He claims that's the way he always operates. That's just what he says, so he can have an alibi when he commits the thefts himself. Yeah, he was caught in the crime scene photo dressed up as Master Mask pretty well. So glad that you got your secret urn back. Yeah, but there's still something that bothers me about it. What is it? I'm not exactly sure, but somehow the urn that came back seems different. Really? You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Miss Andrews? No, I don't know anything. Why would I? God damn it, Miss Andrews. Psych blocks. What do you think this means, Nick? It means the person that holds the secret to the mystery of the Sacred Urn is our very own Miss Andrews. Well, while she's freaking out, we need to go to the law offices. So we'll come back for you. And talk to Maya about everything. So what do we do now? Isn't it obvious? We should get out and investigate the murder. Well, first we need to find out exactly where Kiwi Security is located. Hey, why don't we ask Miss Delight? She should know. Besides, I want to ask her some stuff about motorcycles. Motorcycles? You're not thinking of getting one, are you? I'm not the same little Maya you used to be happy with her dinky little bike, Nicky boy. Speaking of asking around, I've got a few questions of my own for Mr. Delight. Okay, well, let's make sure to go to the detention centre too. Oh, do you have to do this to make it so you can go to the detention centre? We'll talk about everything else anyway. You're relieved you got the urn back, huh? You bet. There's something a little different about it. Don't me. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, take a look at this. It clearly says I am on the urn in the poster. But the urn we got back says Amy, like it always used to. Oh, it's been proper fixed. Oh yeah, you're right. Plus, the vase with pink splotches on it now. I'm sure they weren't there before. Maya doesn't know, but 1 year ago, when the urn was broken, the repairer accidentally turned Mystic's Ami's name into I am. And the repairer was one mechanically unskilled little pearls. But still, I don't remember ever seeing pink splotches on it. Is it possible that urn is a fake? Sure, Pearls will find out about that once she gets back to Crane Village. Yeah, I suppose. Now that I think about it, Wright hasn't been back to Crane Village in a long time. So I guess people still go to Crane Village to do their training, right? Yup, if you want to become a spirit medium, you need to undergo severe training. So why haven't you been training lately, Maya? Well, lately I've been thinking of heading to a channeling dojo to do just that. A channeling dojo, huh? Sounds pretty serious, whatever that is. If you're going to train, you have to be serious, otherwise real tragedies can happen. Is that what happened last year still bothering you? That murder, I can hear a loud noise. Oh, it's just a car passing by very slowly with its music very loud. Waiting for, yeah, it's not a busy road that I live on, but it has its moments. And it's just trying to squeeze through. Yeah, there it goes. The murder in her village, it happened because the power of channeling was misused. When the medium used the Crane technique, she temporarily loses her own will. So when an especially strong spirit is summoned, the spirit medium can get taken over and even forced to commit terrible crimes. What's worse, in those cases, the spirit medium has no memory of what happened. That murder. It wasn't your fault, Maya. You know that, don't you? I suppose not, but I guess I'm still a bit shaken up, that's all. Sounds like being the master of Crane is going to be a heavy responsibility. Anyway, to the detention center. Mr. Wright! Mr. Delight, they finished their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore! Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you? Well, you see... On the same night the sacred urn was stolen from Lord Lee Taylor's department store, a blackmail letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. And then, that's where the CEO, Kane Bollard, was murdered. But, there's only one Ron Delight, am I right? So the only question is, where were you that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth, your life depends on it. Okay. Oh. Present newspaper clippings to Ron. Hey, this is an article about my debut heist. Debut heist? Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. But Master Mask, he must have gotten away, right? It says so in the article that he disappeared. That's right, I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my Master Mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, huh? Wow, awesome. Hey, hold the phone. The guard in this photo. Is this you, Mr. Delight? Yeah, that's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself. Nice and easy to figure out. Even Pearls could see through that in a heartbeat. But as you might expect, Detective Atby found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective. Detective Atby found the mask disguise? That's interesting. Yes, and I heard that he brought it home with him. So that's it. That's when Atby got his hands on this. Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. That must have been really time-consuming, huh? So I think he is telling the truth. I think Delight is the original Master Mask. Just Atby got a little carried away with the ego and it's like, hey, I'll just make my own robberies then. Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. Blackmail letters? You got them starting when? Tell me more now. Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up. Sorry. I assume just talk to Ron about everything. Yes. Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you're masked? Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response. Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. But listen, Mr. Delight, at the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we?
Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown.
guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time. Then the person dressed up at Master Mask in this photo got to be Detective Adme. So that night, you didn't go to Loldy Taylor, you went to KB Security, right? Yes, I went to KB Security at the time the blackmail note said I should. Alright, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the key card to unlock the door. That's probably when he dropped his wallet. When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there. Someone? And suddenly they bashed me over the head. Bam! Was it King Bollard that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. I thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. So that's why you put it in the safe? Yes, that's right. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, and what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building, so I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Nick, all of a sudden, Mr. Delight kind of sounds like the murderer to me. Please don't say that. Mr. Delight, is it true that you 1 year ago, you were forced to quit KB Security? How did you? I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi, please. Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Whew, thank goodness. No, but I suppose I have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she ever found out that I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief, she'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief, at least. That's what I thought anyway. So you became Master Mask for Desiree, huh? This Blackmail Letter, is this the first one you've got? No, of course not. But this is the first one that's ever called me out to a specific location. So, did you start receiving Blackmail Letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the tear of a man in Heist. That first letter, it said, I know you did it. Someone found out about your true identity, just like that. It's not easy being the master thief, you know. I've got proof that it was you, so give up, it went on to say. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all the trouble to steal. Is that right? Hey, hang on a second. What do you mean you had to give it up? Oh, don't worry. After I put my jewel in the safe deposit box that letter specified, someone sent me $10,000. No one said anything about me being worried, you know. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Plans? What are these plans you're talking about? They were instructions on how to steal a crown or painting or some other rare treasure. They showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods. So you mean that the one who planned the heist wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from some very kind person, incredibly detailed plans. Sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him. So Ron Delight was Master Mask after all? But someone else is behind the thefts. Someone who planned them all out in detail. All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into a safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. You try not to look so gleeful about it. So you went after the sacred urn because one of those plans too? Well, you see, truth is, I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal. Mr. Delight, is everything you've just told me the truth? Yes, but please don't tell Desi, okay? Before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Yes, but please don't hurt me. Mr. Kane Bollard, do you swear that it wasn't you that killed him? Yes, of course. I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Why? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight. I guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight at his word. Mystic Maya. Oh, it's gonna be Pearl. Mystic Maya! Hey! Pearly! I'm back! Hey, Pearls. What have you been up to this whole time? The Sacred Urn, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Crane Village to have it examined. And? When did you find out? Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn. Whew. That's a relief. I was really worried. But there's one small problem. Problem? These cute little pink splotches. They said that it's paint, and they put it on, and they say they were put on the urn recently. Why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? We gotta find out what how they got there. That's the big deal. Yeah, Mr. Nick, we gotta find out how they got there. Alright, okay, let's go find out how they got there. Please don't forget about me. Found in Amity's office covered in pink splotches, but it's a genuine article. Alright, we'll get back to you, dude. We've got to go to the basement warehouse again. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Is she still freaking out, or she calmed down? Oh, Pearl, how nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Well, actually, I was having this urn examined. Oh, I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here. Nick, let's look around one more time. This box, there's something about it that's bothering me. That's the box that the urn was in. It looks like there's some pink paint on it too. And it's definitely the same colour as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint got on it now. Alright, let's investigate again, Nick. Right, urn box. Slide right and examine the part of the wall floor with paint marks. It's been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part of it is shaped oddly and it's shockingly pink. Mr. Nick, could this be the odd shape this... Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is it. This is it. Oh, that's the box the Sacred Urn was in. If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well. Wow, you're right. Look, it matches. What is it, Mr. Nick? This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. That was ominous. I think it's still starting to become clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery and what happened to the urn. Is that still locked? Yeah, so we can just go straight to the Magatama. Take that! Take that! I need to yawn again. Oh. I actually slept alright last night too. My insomnia's still been playing up if you haven't gathered. But I actually slept alright last night. Maybe that's why I'm feeling more tired, because I slept kind of alright. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the Sacred Urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today, it's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence the urn was submitted at the trial was genuine? Yeah, the Sacred Urn. Take that! Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. Pearls went back to Crane Village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how. What she discovered was that the urn had been broken again. Did you say again? Yes, it was broken once a year ago. Now it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently too. Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? The treasure exhibit poster. The writing's different. This poster, it was made recently, right? Poster? Oh, the poster for the exhibit. At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said I am on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Amy. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transported. Ah. I am? What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now tell the truth. Wait. 4. Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. Huh? Yeah, that's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. It looks like she's not going to give up the last sight lock so easily. Any proof the urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor? Paint marks. Take that! Well, Miss Andrews, what is this supposed to mean? There's pink paint all over this urn. Yeah. And there's pink paint all over the floor and walls of the basement warehouse. In other words, this urn was broken here. You can't weasel out of this one, Miss Andrews. But... Uh-oh. She's trying to make her escape. But you can get pink paint anywhere. Oh, there's none in my office, that's for sure. Well, there is in my room. Liar. Anyway, the paint on the urn and paint on the floor. There's no proof that it's the same paint. Come on, it's getting ridiculous. The proof linking them is the urn box. This box, the urn was stored in this, right? Yes, that's right. Well, there's pink paint on this box as well. I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yeah, more or less. The paint on the floor has an odd shape imprinted in it, doesn't it? Yeah. If you put this box into the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does you justice, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Boy, does that make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher. I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly? No, not at all. I know just how she feels. It happened about 2 weeks ago. Just after the poster photo was taken, on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box. When I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance, the box I was carrying crashed into the ground. I heard a terrible noise and thought my heart was going to stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box and that was when it happened. The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock. Then a huge scream. I can totally see how that could have happened. Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Crane Village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big. And that's when I Am got changed to Amy. I didn't know how it originally written, but any sane person fixing it could have assumed it said Amy. Any sane person? Really? Oh, Pearls. She said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom and no one had seen it since then. There's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it. The Amy Faye statue. Aha! It's real. Oh, okay, that's it. Once we talk about the statue, we go into the trial. Whoops, I didn't realize we were that close to it. First time that we came down here. It was on the night of the sacred urn was stolen. But, Mr. Nick, there were no paint marks on the wall or floor of the warehouse when we were here. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. And? I realised that the statue would be perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. Oh, I see. Now it makes perfect sense. But there's still one thing I find strange. What is it, Pearl? The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. And at that time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible. She's right about that. Well, Miss Andrews? Huh? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint. That's why I would... So why would I move it again? Well then, who was it? Who would have done it and why? The day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day, it was moved. But why? It looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case. What? Why do you think so, Nick? Because that night, the real thief, Ron DeLite, was at KB Security. So then why did another mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact. One undeniable fact? The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but it looks like that thief is going to be one making another appearance. And now begins the trial. Round 2 of Godot. October the 14th, 9:41 AM, District Court number 4. Hey Nick. What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here for the trial. Well, this is a murder case. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door. Next door? What did you know about this, Nick? They're having Detective Atmy's trial today. Detective Atmy? They said they're going to try him as Master Mask. Already? That was fast. Boy, I'd love to see Mask's trial. I know. By the way, where's Pearls? Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. I know you don't like me. Pearls has really gotten into training lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Please, don't ignore me! Oh, Mrs. DeLite! Good morning! No one likes me. No one would notice me, even if I killed someone. Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec. You don't mean you're the murderer? No, I'm just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. A thief can't really be poor. Now, let's see. According to Mr. DeLite, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending to him to help him commit his heists. Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Nick? Possible. Today's trial is a race against the clock. Huh? How come? Let's just take our time like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. So before 10th, at 10 AM in the court lobby number 6. Alright, Godot, let's go again. We get that amazing music again. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron DeLite. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready. Preparation is the last refuge of the weak. Okay, calm down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot. He's got the judge in the palm of his hand yet again. Ron DeLite is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war. But that is extremely why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? Yes. Well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case. The judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. The victim is Kane Bollard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 AM on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated at 1 AM of the previous day. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. Very well then, Mr. Godot. Please call your first witness. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. But the first one is always the best.
Mr. Godot, your witness?
Alright then. Let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Rondelite, has to say for himself.
The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but...
I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. Ah, you've got guts, Trite.
Alright then, Mr. Rondelite, please take the stand.
You did it, didn't you? Yes. What? No, that's not true.
For a moment there I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever.
Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty with that face he's making. And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin. Ah, very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bollard, why did you go to KB Security? Well, it's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home.
Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened.
That evening, around 1 AM, I went to see Mr. Bollard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was.
1 AM, the exact time the murder took place.
The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. That's a good quote, actually. Ah, it's bitter today too, just like my destiny. You never know that from the way he's chugging it down.
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please.
Okay, press on the statement the blackmail letter I got ordered me to go there. Hold it! It ordered you there? It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere.
Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then?
Oh, of course. They'd say things like, steal this, or take that. Why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Please don't say any more. Now, what should I do? Press harder. So what did the blackmail letter in question say? It said to bring $50,000. Money, eh? A perfect motive for committing murder. Oh, but wait. I never intended to pay the money anyway.
Oh, is that right?
After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of.
An important point indeed. Witness, let's add it to your testimony.
Yes, sir. Ah, muddy mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. Press on the statement. I've been working for KB Security for a year now, so I knew where his office was. He used to be a security chief for KB Security, right? Yeah, that's right.
Security chief? You?
And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge. A perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say? This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject. Why he was fired. Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job. Well, the world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that. Okay, then I take it.
Defendants, please answer the question.
I needed money.
You needed money?
Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of a hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? My salary wasn't nearly enough, so I stole data from the company. Come again? KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief, you stole some data and sold it. Mr. Bollard found out and I was fired immediately. What? Oh, I wish I'd never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it secret and made it seem like I only quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good.
Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that.
He sure told you.
So you admit you stole data from your company, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is a really important fact. Please add it to your testimony.
Oh man, this whole thing just looks like a big turn for the worse. Crashed and blew up. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. Present Desiree Delight a statement. The blackmailer threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me any trouble anyway. Objection! Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday. Huh? What doesn't? I think you must have been scared, very scared, of having a certain person find out your secret.
A certain person?
Miss Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. But I... Listen to me, my Desi, she's...
Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Godot. Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about.
Oh. No, everything is falling neatly into place for him. Don't talk about my Desi like that. Or you'll be sorry.
Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far.
What do you think, Nick? I don't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes.
Clearly, there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and to kill to protect his secret. A family man who killed just a little too much. The motive is clear. Let's move on. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now, tell us. We're all ears.
At the CEO's office. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remembered being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. When I came to, Mr. Bollard was lying there dead.
Scroll down. I see, suddenly hit in the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided a similar testimony. He said that Master Mask struck him on the head from behind.
Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie.
No one's going to believe a pathetic lie like that.
What are you saying? I really was attacked.
We'll find out if what you said is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy just because he's your client. If I see any sign of that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend.
You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. Okay, press Ron the statement. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. Yeah, he doesn't say what. Hold it! That? Could you please clarify what you're referring to? Why, my Master Mask costume, of course.
Wait just a moment. Master Mask?
Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Master Mask. And then, I descended upon the office of the CEO of OKB Security.
What?
Nick, you know about this? Never told me this. I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either.
Even I didn't know that. Even Godot's like, what the fuck's with this guy? Seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets.
I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip your mind?
My 6th cup of coffee starts staring up at me coldly. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony.
Presser on the statement, I'd have been killed if it wasn't for my Master Mask costume.
Why were you dressed up as Master Mask?
Why? Because I am a Master Mask, of course.
What are you talking about? Master Mask's trial is being held next door.
Ah, yes, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Master Mask issue. So I thought I should go as him, just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I expected. Took a lot longer? What's he talking about? I assume press harder, yes. What do you mean by took a bit longer? Oh, opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught on the safe door, you see. That all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bollard's body.
What was that? Back up a second.
Yes?
You were the one that hid the body in the safe?
Well, yeah.
Inconceivable! Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? There's a siren going past. Oh, it's a police car. Ooh, I wonder what's going on. Anyway.
Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine?
What?
The answer is simple. When they take them off.
As usual, I have no idea what you're saying.
Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer?
Ah! So you're not as stupid as you look.
His metaphor this time was really obscure.
Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, did you?
Oh, well, yes.
Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh, looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair weather judge.
Present the buzzer record to the statement. I panicked and took the body to the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Oh, buzzer record. Objection! Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record?
And what might this be?
The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m.
What?
If Mr. Ron Delight truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way.
Ah! Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building.
Objection! Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as the chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them.
But, as it turns out, the guard never came.
That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser, who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend, and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity, was not something Mr. Delight could have known.
Ah, again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off.
Objection! This buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is.
Conscious? What do you mean by that?
Fine. Let's hear your theory.
Record the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes.
Unconscious? So he fainted?
That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body.
So what are you trying to say?
Mr. Delight was knocked out and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in the room. That's right, whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer.
Order in the court, Mr. Wright, this is...
This is preposterous. It was this kid. Ron Delight. He was the one who killed Kane Bollard.
Objection! Then who pressed the buzzer?
It was the victim, of course.
He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button.
So Kane Bollard signed the buzzer himself? What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright?
I hate to prove that the real criminal was at the scene, but how? Can I prove it wasn't Kane Bollard who signed the buzzer? I can prove it, alright. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. The piece of evidence proves that this wasn't the victim who signed the buzzer. It's the buzzer itself, because we know there's no fingerprints on it. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for.
The emergency buzzer? Is there some kind of clue on it?
Absolutely not.
Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth.
The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue.
No, I'm the one who's clueless.
The button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bollard had really pressed it himself, naturally he would have left his fingerprints behind.
The lights obviously wiped them off.
Oh, objection! Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment.
He touched that button, I know he did.
The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Master Mask. As Master Mask, and Master Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have to wipe the button for your fingerprints?
Order, order, order.
Ha, it would seem. I've been forced to eat crow.
What blend number of crow-flavoured coffee is?
However,
If the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? What is this awkward silence all of a sudden?
ha, it looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks.
They're on to you, Nick. Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bollard at around 1 AM. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then signed the buzzer. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed, security was supposed to respond.
Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say.
Very well then.
Oh ho, you've got some guts. I like that in an opponent.
Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer?
To call the security guard. The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would have come running. And that was exactly what they wanted.
Don't you mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose?
Yeah. Although as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time.
Ah, what a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in?
No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bollard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the third person, the real killer.
Hypothetically, yes.
Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in that room would be the victim and Ron Delight. And if any security guards came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yeah, so it's precisely the real killer's objective. So my Godot voice is like kind of attacking my throat a little bit, which is a shame because like the deep gravity voices in anything are my favourite voices to do, and my throat hates me for it. But it's literally, it's like I always like doing like the Metal Gear or the I play my Blue Eyes White Dragon. Like, I like doing gravelly voices, but it always terrorizes my throat because I'm not, trained. I'm not a professional voice actor. I'm not trained in being able to use my throat like that, like professional voice actors are. There's a reason why professional voice actors, you find out they do literally years upon years of training, because they literally perfect their throats and withstand everything without damaging it. And even then, they don't always get away with it scot-free. Some of them are like trained to make sure that they scream in a specific way to make sure that their throat doesn't get damaged, and then they still end up getting like having to take time off after certain jobs. Like Death End Request 1 is a great example of it. The English voice cast, Sheena's actress Kaylee Mills, you may know her as the voice of Qixing from Genshin. She screams her goddamn lungs out at certain points in that game and does it really damn well. There's a little gap of work between the end of Death End and the next thing she did. There's a gap. It's like, okay, yeah, her throat didn't take it perfectly. She had to be careful about it. We're gonna make sure to hydrate. Absolutely, John. Good. Welcome back. It's only because of Godot's voice that is my throat suffering a little bit. To frame Rhonda Light of the murder. Why did he drink solely to spit it out? Order.
It would seem. I've been made to eat my words once again.
Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. But Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only Master. Nick, do you mean the real killer is? We're going to drag that person in here right now. But who is it? I don't have any solid proof yet. But think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bollard. Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Rhonda Light for the murder of Kane Bollard? It's everyone's favourite. This is my spitting blend right here.
Yes, this is the particular one that I used for spitting directly at that defense attorney.
Detective Luke Atme. He's the only one who could have done it.
Ace detective?
Luke Atme?
You mean Master Mask did it?
Your Honor, the person being tried at the court next to us is not Master Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bollard.
Order, Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
Theft and murder. Which is more serious crime?
They're not even close. Murder is more serious crime, of course.
It's a capital crime subject to a capital punishment. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. He said when Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom.
Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as well as Master Mask.
Instead of being convicted for murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along.
To be found guilty?
Master Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Master Mask was Luke Atme's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi.
The guilty verdict. As an alibi?
You know, it's almost time.
For what?
For Luke Atme's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial after all. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course, that's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder.
Mr. Luke Atme's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal.
Am I really sure about this?
A bet's only good when your life's the ante.
Mr. Wright, I believe in you. Mr. Delight. So please. I'm begging you! Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice sounded like... Mia? Your Honor! The defense requests an immediate recess.
Ha. So that's your answer, huh?
Very well, I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Atme to the stand.
Yes, Your Honor. And I will scroll down. How many more testimonies have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. $11:58 a.m. Meanwhile, in the other court, Winston Payne is being a pain.
Well, Sir Detective Atme.
I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed Oh, wait, no.
I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly.
I have to find the voice first. I can't just go into it. I have to hold my nose and go, and so then I find it.
Oh no, Sir Detective Atme. You are the one who...
Oh my god.
That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. The court finds the defendant Luke Atme.
Hold it! Wait! Don't hand down your verdict yet, please.
Well, Sir Lawyer, welcome to my courtroom.
Who's this hoser?
My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law, and I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atme.
Accusation? You accuse Master
That man is not Master Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer.
What?
Yeah, he thought he got away with it and just stopped at the nick of time. I want to see who was the defense for that trial. The one he was just on. Who was paying against for him to be that smug and confident? I say that he's always that smug and confident. He just keeps on always blowing up in his face for some reason. And he never learns. 12:14 p.m. District Court number 4. My sis? I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. Then she's still alive inside your heart. Nicky boy! Oh, Mr. Life. Is it true that the detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definite proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. Wasn't he at the Lordly Tailor that night? Not to mention, we don't know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bollard? Whoops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. I need to find some solid proof. And it's got to happen sooner rather than later. Court number 6, here we go.
Now then, the court is back in session. Mr. Luke Atme, please take the stand.
Well, how do you do, Sir Lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly.
I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you the perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Master Mask.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid even the great Luke Atme has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could have known what's been going on in here.
You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct?
Being tried as Master Mask.
Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example.
So you continue to insist that you are in fact Master Mask?
Of course.
Very well then, Luke Atme, let us begin with this simple question. On October the 12th at 1 a.m, Kane Bollard was murdered. Where were you at that time?
One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge.
Thanks.
Alright, Mr. Atme. The night of the murder, speak. We're all ears.
As you wish, Sir Prosecutor.
The alibi.
I was stealing the urn as Master Mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Master Mask was the same time as the murder. It seems the main point of discussion would be this photo in the crime scene.
Anything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret in this picture as well. Even the great Master Mask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Unfortunately, Mr. Adme, you still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know when he is a fool.
Jesus Christ, are you friends with Fran? Do you know Franziska von Karma?
I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick.
The only thing that's full of it is his alibi.
Okay! Press at me on the statement. The time at which the camera captured Mask was the same time as the murder.
Hold it!
What about the camera that took the photograph? Oh, come now, it's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you?
I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered.
I see. Looks like I'd do better find... Looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious. So this alibi is false? It has to be. It couldn't have killed Mr. Bollard as at KB Security. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either the Master Mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. Press at me on the statement. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point. That's right. It was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed. There was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target.
I see. You truly are evil, aren't you?
Yes, evil is what I am. Hey Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atme was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. It is kind of odd. Press at me on the statement. A photograph contains no words, but in this case it turned out to be my witness. You spoke by photograph, you mean the piece of evidence here, is this correct? Indeed it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing? That proves you committed the crime.
Surely even you understand by now.
Lordly Taylor provided that camera. There's no way I could have tampered with it. That means I could not have killed Kane Bollard unless I had an accomplice.
Come on, think long and hard about that night. The basement warehouse, and this picture that supposedly captures it. It's got to be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture? You bet there is.
Are you implying that this picture is a fake?
You bet I am. There's only something strange about this picture. We took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place, and there was something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night. Very well, let's see what you have to say. What about it is so funny? The large spillage on the floor. Take that! The funny part, it's right here. What? This is a blood stain. Oh, blood! No, this case is getting interesting. No, not exactly. This stain is actually pink paint. Don't worry, Judge. I made the same mistake. I saw the pink paint and immediately went, oh, there's blood over there. Because I went into Danganronpa mode. My brain immediately just associated pink with blood. But no, this isn't Danganronpa. It's actually paint. If it was blood, it would have been red. Oh, just paint. And peach colored at that. From blood to peaches. Judge sure loves going into wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is, when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse, it turns out that something that should have been there is nowhere to be seen. Well, Mr. Wright? What is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint instead? It's the golden statue. Take that! The supervisor of the treasury exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall.
I realised that the statue would have been the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the theft took place, and saw the statue in that spot. If the picture was truly taken on that night, then the statue should have been there.
Objection!
Oh, he's saying, yeah, it was taken at 1, but it was taken on a different day. It just has the same timestamp.
But when I went there the day after the theft, that statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner.
Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally.
Your Honour, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it in that distance.
In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night?
Can you do it, Nick?
Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it? Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you're prepared with your answer. Now then, who being your hint, who was the one who moved the gold statue the night of the crime? Obviously, it was Luke. The one who moved that statue was none other than Luke Atme.
Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions.
Mr. Wright, what basis do you have on this strange delusions?
It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue?
The reason for moving the golden statue is where our real battle begins. Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move that statue?
The reason can be found here in the photograph. Huh? Look at me. You pretended to be Master Mask to create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. The statue had been there If the statue had been there, your lie would have exposed like a cheap film at a drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue.
The single fatal flaw?
Interesting theory. Please enlighten us.
Just where in the picture does this lie exist? Naturally, the lie is in the photo in the timestamp.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke Atme went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bollard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time.
But what does that have to do with the statue being moved?
Remember, if you will, Your Honour, when was the statue placed outside, beside the warehouse door?
Well,
the statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime. And it was placed there in order to cover up the paint.
Exactly. Luke Atme had already decided on the time he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place.
What the?
Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet.
oh,
So, on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Atme had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in the photo.
order, Mr. Atme, is this true?
One moment, Your Honour. Have you forgotten this?
What's that?
The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. Objection! It's true that the camera had been set up by Lordly Taylor's staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data.
Order. Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of this? Godot, I warned you about making me wait. Now put down that coffee.
My 11th cup. I've promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial. Which means I'm still good to the last drop.
However, the defense is a very good point.
A good point? So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points.
I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points.
So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to make it match? That's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied.
Which is?
That it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams.
That's very true. No way, don't fall for that, Your Honor.
Hey, Mr. Damask.
Yes?
If there's no funny business in your actions as Master Mask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy, so let's hear it.
How much caffeine is running through his veins? Enough to kill a normal man. But this is Godot. When he said he came back from the depths of hell, do you think he was hospitalized? From drinking too much coffee one time. I'm gonna have some more water. Godot is gonna be the ultimate enemy of my throat, so I think water is gonna be my best friend for all of this. I'm actually gonna put my bottle here, right in front of me now, instead of behind me as usual. Because I think it's gonna be necessary for me to reach for it every now and then. What's your plan to steal the secret urn? Alright, let me scroll down. The Sacred Urn Heist. I first received a request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box and Zavari. It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held that urn in my hands for the first time at 1 AM on October the 12th. That's pretty much all the stuff we heard before, isn't it? Yeah, but we will find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave. Witness, you are sure there are no mistakes this time? Zavari. Very well then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Because apparently that's what Zavari means. I have no idea what it means. I mean, it's probably just a sound he makes. It's probably like tied to some language that means like correct or like eureka or something like that, but I have no idea. Anyway, we present the calling card to the statement. The urn was in a box.
Objection!
Mr. Adme, if you really are Mask to Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course!
Is there a problem with that calling card?
Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Master Mask had written. Take good care of the Speckled Urn. Now, speckled here surely refers to the pink pattern on the sacred urn. Yes, that is true. But so what? Truth be told, there is no way the Master Mask could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains? And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor.
I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite.
The day of the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse. Also, who keeps on sliding the coffees to Godot? He's on his own on the stand. Who keeps sliding it to him? Has he got a little waiter at the end of it that constantly just makes another copy and then just puts it on the end and just goes whoosh? The day of the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse. The urn was broken due to human error, or should I say an error-prone human. Ouch, that's a bit mean. And then when the pink paint got over the urn...
You can't be serious.
And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means that if Atme, itchy nose again, had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, you saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water.
Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Alright, that did it. He's broken. Nick, I think it's still a little early for victory pose. Huh? Alright, was that 13 or 14? I'm trying to keep count.
So sad. No one has any convictions these days.
Conviction, you say?
Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was Master Mask. And now we're calling him a murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle?
That's a good point.
No way, don't fall for that too, Your Honor.
You say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Cain Bollard. Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that?
An excellent point. Motive, Mr. Wright, motive. My merry murderous motive manifest. Nick, he's getting his second win.
If he prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Rhonda Light, as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for murder.
The only one with any motive we've seen is Rhonda Light. Isn't that right, Detective?
Indeed, according to my own research, the boy's motive is clear.
And a motive is nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us to what the defendant's motives were.
I'd be honored to, Sir Oldtimer. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. The motive for murder. I, Luke Atme, had no point of contact with the victim whatsoever. Cain Bollard decided to investigate Master Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bollard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Rhonda Light. And it was again Mr. Bollard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bollard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Master Mask. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Cain Bollard. Truly a tragedy. There's just magnets on the cuffs of his jacket and a mug handles. Yeah, that's probably a good thing. We can't pretend he's a Jedi. So yeah, maybe he just has magnets on it. He said, "Wow, magnets on his cuff and on his coffee cup as well." And he's like a special, like, personalized Godot set. So he just goes, he just goes, and then just comes to him. So the victim, Cain Bollard, blackmailed the defendant.
This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. A handwriting test confirms that Mr. Bollard was indeed the one who wrote the letter.
What? Very well, Mr. Wright. Begin your cross-examination.
Okay. Present the blackmail letter to the statement. It was Mr. Bollard who wrote the letter. Oh, the blackmail letter was right at the start. Objection! Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atme? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's alright. When you said that this letter was addressed to Rhonda Light, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction?
I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that.
You're the one to talk.
At times like these, men are men. It's going. At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior?
Indeed, time to man up, Mr. Wright. What the fuck? Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter.
The newspaper clipping. Take that! Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the tear of a Manon, the stolen jewel.
What about it?
The problem is this jewel's colour.
Colour? I'm not much for discussing colour myself.
According to the clipping, the colour of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day.
Red?
Which means, the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the tear of a Manon that Master Mask stole at all.
And your point is, Mr. Trite? So you're trying to say that the blackmail letter was intended for someone else? That is what you're trying to say, right, Trite?
Is that what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright?
Well, what are you trying to say, right, Nick? Phony's like, Jesus Christ, all of you!
Yes!
This is who Kane Bollard was actually blackmailing. Take that! It was Luke. Naturally, it was you, Detective Adme.
Do you have some sort of
basis for that claim? You've been personally involved in every single Master Mask case, and in the last case, you recovered what was stolen, and received a jewel as your reward.
A jewel?
Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. The red diamond ring. That is the diamond referred to in the letter, which means that Kane Bollard wrote the letter in order to blackmail you.
Order in the court. Order, I say.
Alright, what was that, 15?
It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite.
Uh-oh. I don't like the way you said that.
Kane Bollard blackmailing Luke at me. Are you for real?
I don't know why that line humoured me so much. It just seems so unprofessional. For real? It's like such a Ryuji line. Yes, I am. Nick, come on, stand up to him.
And answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world...
Yes, it certainly does.
Kane Bollard threatened to make Luke Adme's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep a secret. So what was that identity?
Adme killed Kane Bollard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick. The identity that Luke Adme wanted to desperately keep secret was his identity as a blackmailer. Luke Adme was a blackmailer.
Objection!
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bollard was the one blackmailing Luke Adme. Are you saying that Adme was blackmailing someone else on top of that?
You have to admit, that does sound a little odd. It's not odd, it's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bollard was blackmailing Luke Adme. But Rhonda Light was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So did you start receiving blackmail letters after the incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of a Manon heist. After that, I started getting, oh shit, the plans in the mail. I just wanted to itch my ear and my whole headset nearly came off. I received plans from some very kind person, incredibly detailed plans.
Detailed plans? In which case, that would mean that Rhonda Light was actually Master Mask.
That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Adme.
Shush! Silence! Now I see, it's all becoming clear.
What is?
When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with the tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong?
How did you...
Did he say that I, Luke Adme, was blackmailing Rhonda Light? In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Master Mask.
Well, yes.
Rhonda Light started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime.
Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise.
Is that 16? He's running out.
In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence.
During the first crime, how did Luke Adme know that Rhonda Light was Master Mask? The newspaper clipping. I think I see it.
See what?
When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the centre of attention.
What do you mean?
This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Rhonda Light in his guard uniform. It seems that Master Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket.
That sounds far too stupid to be true.
Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Adme. That's when you learned that under his mask, Master Mask was really Rhonda Light. What the? Wasn't he supposed to be Master Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. I can't believe it. He was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud, trying to pass himself off as an ace detective.
Why, you? How dare you expose me like that? Why, I mean, I never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective, and I'm also Master Mask. Why can't you understand that?
I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity.
Why, you?
Well, I've just wall loaded death, so do something to yourself with this big mouth of yours, you real fools.
I say none of you can compare to my genius, who's really just jealous, so God, don't go on, discriminate me, commend me. Ace detective cannot handle blackmail and murder threats. It's enough to make one laugh.
I certainly missed some of the words he said, but I don't think it matters. It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer. That was quite a performance by Mr. Adme. Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Adme. Is that 17? If I've been counting right, I think that is 17.
The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim.
What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling.
Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge.
You don't get much more in your face than that.
It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Wright.
It's either 16 or 17. If he gets another one, I'm going to assume that one is instead 17. But if he draws another one after that, I'm calling him out. What are you?
It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Acme was a filthy blackmailer. And that he wasn't at Lord D. Taylor that night of the murder.
That's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr. Bolt.
But there's still one thing you have yet to prove.
What's that?
Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that the pitiful excuse for a man was at KB security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered.
No way! Order in the court. Well, Mr. Wright, this is it. This is the final round. I've got to prove that Atby was at Mr. Bollard's office on that night. But can you really prove that?
So that's long enough, Mr. Wright. I want to hear your answer.
That night, Luke Atby was at KB Security, and the defense can't prove it just yet. I can't prove it. Just as I thought. But, if we hear more of Detective Atby's testimony...
Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Wright.
What do you mean?
I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean.
What?
Have you forgotten? Luke Adme is here after we interrupted his own trial, and you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for his witness to return to his own trial, and face his guilty verdict as Master Mask.
No.
Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out at the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Master Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Rhonda Light will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare with my full force my detectiveness.
Order in the court. That's enough deliberation over the witness. Can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence and... By then, it'll be too late. Huh? Why? Okay, I'm going to assume that one is his 17th, and I miscounted.
Double jeopardy is one of the basic rules of any court of law.
Double jeopardy? Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, the defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. Yep, once it's established finally, it's why they go over so many details. This is a fundamental rule of all courts, and it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else.
Mr. Atme will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as Master Mask, which means
he will be innocent as far as the murder of Cain Bollard is concerned.
No way!
The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Atme's guilt on that crime here means that he will never again be tried as Cain Bollard's murderer. there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer, Luke Atme, will go free.
You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today, and as long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? Then I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atme.
I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result.
How did you?
Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That voice, no way. Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia! This is the true power of the current channeling technique. I know it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today.
Yes, that's true, but...
Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks.
Well now, Sir Liar, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Master Master. My verdict will verify that.
Oh, that final what?
This is Ron the Light will verify that he is a true murderer. I declare the full force of my detectiveness.
Yes, but those comments appear to have no importance whatsoever.
Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defence, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor?
Is something the matter, Mr. Godot?
Ah, nothing.
Oh, Sir Lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such a falsehood will do anything for me, look at...
Let's hear it.
Huh?
It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination.
Mr. Godot, what are you...
He eased up once he knew Mia was involved. Remember that for later. The moment Mia was involved and Godot recognised that, he completely backed off. He was like, no, alright, fine. Do it your way.
Very well then, Mr. Luke Atme. I'm going to allow the defence to cross-examine your earlier remarks.
The defence would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer.
So please, give us one last bit of testimony.
Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief.
Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron the Light. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left a print if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the colour of the jewel. Savari. Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy.
This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well.
The witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained, and none of them seem to contradict anything.
But of course.
But how did you know about the emergency buzzer?
The police investigation documents were directly through me. And I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, Sir Lawyer.
Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer?
I'm waiting to see if Godot takes another mug. If he takes another mug, I'm calling bullshit. I think he's had more than... He would have had more than 17. I think he's had 17.
I will not allow any of your unusual shenanigans, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
We cannot postpone Luke's Adby's trial any longer. This is your last chance.
Hang on a sec, just one chance.
It seems that the party's about to begin.
Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So it would seem What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Oh, fuck, hey. Cup number 17. I challenge that. I think that's his 18th. It might be his 17th. But I think it's his 18th. I'm going to assume that is his 17th. I will buy it for now that is his 17th. I think there's a chance I counted really wrong, but seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony, and I need to point it out without preparing evidence. Which means all I can do is find a contradictory remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance. Very well, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Me as Wright, you don't present evidence here to unearth his contradiction. You have to press him on the right statement. Press him on the statement Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. Hold it! Mr. Adme, about this last remark.
You still don't get it, do you, Trite? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement.
I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godot.
What?
Mr. Adme, it seems you've finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder.
But how can you say that?
Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Adme? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit, is that correct?
Indeed, that's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof.
More like your deductions prove that you're a fool.
I'm sorry, whatever do you mean?
For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. It's like, oh fuck, I should have got 18.
How much coffee do you need? It's like either I can't count or Godot can't count, but like to me, like I've been counting since he said he was on his on his 11th. I've been counting up each one, and that's where I landed on 18. And unless I missed one where I was just reading the text of him getting, or like not getting one, or I double counted one thinking it was it, I don't understand how he got the 17 when I was on 18. Arguably, I was on 19, but I was prepared to give one act as a breathing room in case I missed one. So unless I missed, unless I triple counted one, then that's the only way like it could work. If I triple counted one, thinking it was a different mug each time, to end up on, for me to end up on 19 and then argue it down to 18, but him say he was on his 17th. You know, unless where I was focused on the count, I just missed one, or like you said, or when he like drunk one, I assumed it was another one. Anyway, when exactly did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed as Master Mask when he was in the scene of the crime? Oh, that was, it was just a few hours ago. Back when my 6th cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry. I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know this are those who have been watching this trial. Do you understand now, Detective Adme? There's no way that you should have known about that. You were in the next courtroom being tried as Mask. So then, enlighten us. How do you know about that piece of information?
Well...
Come on, this detective must have known about it. But he doesn't have his coffee to slam anymore. He has to actually slam his fist. That's a nice detail. He doesn't have like an empty mug to slam. He has to use his fist now. This detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. Objection! And those chances are what I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit. There was one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found out that out. Only one? One way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer.
But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atney.
Oh, objection. It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head.
Just what are you implying?
Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight.
Impossible.
Detective Atney, you saw Master Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bollard and assaulted Ron. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Oh my god.
Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown.
That's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. What an awfully complicated incident. Kane Bollard was blackmailing Luke Atney, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight, and upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atney tried to frame Ron Delight. He then claimed to be guilty of Master Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with this plan, to use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi. At any rate, it would seem that we finally found the truth. Excuse me. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Besmirching him with the title of murderer. Don't ignore me! Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict. I know. You never committed any murder. That's right. I'm so glad you understood that, but I really am Master Mask! Huh? So thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said? Double jeopardy? Oh, now that you mentioned it.
I've been careless.
Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. So he fucking gets away with it. A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime of which he was once found innocent. Then, Master Mask is really innocent? It would seem so. For now. For now? Now then, the court finds the defendant not guilty. Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I am Master Mask after all. October 14th, 3:35 PM, court number 4. You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh? I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Kurain channeling school? Becoming the master? You mean saying goodbye to your mother. To our mother. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course. Well then, see you around. Mia. Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say. Congratulations, Mr. Delight. Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though, now that all of this has happened. Come on! Just be happy already! Maya. You've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as Mask to boot! But, in exchange, I lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Seeing security information from KB Security. Becoming Master Mask. Did it all for one reason, for her. You mean your wife, Desiree? She hates criminals more than anything. Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure. So that's why you became Master Mask. Yes. It's all over now. A broken bowl can never be put back together. That's not true, right, Nick? Right, really? Can we really go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it. I can. I kind of wish you'd check with me first. This is like, even a bowl is broken. There's always a way to put it back together. The urn. The urn was put back together. The sacred urn. Desi was the one who found this. Hang on, put chat back on. Because I've scrolled it over to the next case. Because that's the last thing we have to do for case 2, and then we're all done. The sacred urn. Desi was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife. She always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. There you are! Mr. Light. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that. But, I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you? Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? Yeah, so she loves him anyway. I had no idea you'd quit KB Security. Never imagined that you were really Master Mask either. Mr. Light, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast there's no way he could ever get away. But didn't you say that you hated criminals? Oh, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective. I see. My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Yeah, they're made for each other. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with those thrills and excitement. Yes, right, my brain can read. Desi. Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? It's really sweet. Nicky boy. Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I will never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. Gulp. I can feel my face going red. Mr. Nick! Mr. Meyer, congratulations! Talk about bad timing. Mr. Nick, how could you? With another man's wife, in front of Mr. Meyer? No, you got it all wrong. I'll never forgive you. Never, ever. So just as the case came to a close, so did my consciousness. Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together. Well, I know that's not true. I mean, just look. That's real cute. I know you can't really see Pearl's face. It's a perfect example of one that was put back together, even better than before. I'm guessing this bit only happens if you put the right thing at the end. Aww, look at them. They got it put back together properly in the end. They just need to like clean off the paint a little bit. Oh, you actually get to see this now, because the first 2 games I'd already gone through. Yeah, the first 2 games I'd already gone through, like, on this collection before I started streaming him. What I hadn't done, at least on this save file, the 3rd game. This is how they present you unlocking a new episode every time. They actually, like, shuffle it along and then unlock and show you the art each time. We hadn't been seeing that because, you know, on the first 2 games, I'd already gone through them once before, so, you know, it just went to the next one because it was already unlocked. Now you actually get to see the process. As we get Recipe for Turnabout, this game's case 3. And we will be diving straight into this because we've only been streaming for 2 and a bit hours.
That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts.
It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me.
The evidence and testimony we have seen and heard are conclusive. The victim was alone at his table from which he drank that poisoned cup of coffee.
No, you're wrong. I know what I saw. I saw. I saw someone else there. Man, he's the real killer. This case is kind of wild. I know exactly what this case is. This case is really fucking wild. Why won't anyone believe me?
Well, I'd say it pretty much wraps this case up, wouldn't you? Mr. Wright?
The court finds the defendant guilty. The court is adjourned. January the 6th, 10:03 AM, Wright & Co. Law. Start of a new year always makes me feel like I can take on the whole world. I bet it does, Maya. So I've decided that our resolution should be Zavari take on the world. What do you think? Sure, whatever, Maya. But I think maybe you've had more than enough mistletoe cake. Never. You've got to eat a lot of cake during New Year's. It's practically a tradition. Like watching the fireworks on TV or playing a board game. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe. Happy New Year, Detective. Likewise. Now listen up, Wright. I wanna... Here's to another fruitful year of lawyer-police cooperation. Yeah, me too. Alright, pal. You got some explaining to... Have you got a holiday present for me, Detective? A what? Well, have this. It's really nothing much, but... Yay, thanks. Look, pal, we need to have a talk. Take a seat. Hey, what about Pearly? You haven't forgotten her present, have you? No, no. Are you doing this on purpose? I guess I'm busted. How did you like my first practical joke of the year? Very funny, pal. Now, let's see how funny you think it is when I show you this. What is it? A magazine? Hey, I want to see. Deadly poisoning brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced. Trounced? Let me see that. The defense attorney gave an almost childishly amateur performance yesterday. What the heck is this? It's a report, pal, about you. Listen to this. Mr. Wright must take full responsibility for the ruling of this case. Well, and don't tell me you don't remember anything about it. But I don't remember anything about it. When was this issue from anyway? December of last year, which makes it last month. Which makes it old news. You mean... But I wasn't involved in the poisoning case in December. So what do you think this is about, Nick? If it wasn't you, pal, then it leaves only one possibility. No way. You don't mean... A phony Nick? Yes. This case is wild because you're tracking down a fucking doppelganger. I'm not kidding. You're hunting down a doppelganger for this case. It's why I love, like, the first two games, it's just solving murders, right? This one, the first case was, you know, like the introduction, yada yada. The second one, you're solving a robbery that then turns into solving a murder. This one, you're trying to track down a fucking doppelganger, and then that will turn into a murder. Like, you know, it's still got the murder theme, but they really went wild with it in this game. And it's why I love this game so much. They went fucking crazy with it. This must be Gumshoe's idea of a joke. I guess he's starting off the year 1 too. Article from December 5th says I was trounced and my client was found guilty. So what are you going to do about it, pal? What do you mean, what am I going to do about it? Well, it's your fault that the judge found the defendant guilty in this case. My fault? How do you figure that? Because the Phoenix Wright is super famous now. Well, maybe only sort of. Yeah, see what happens when your hotshots start getting you to follow yourselves? But I didn't do anything wrong, at least all I can remember. Better make this right, pal, now. And that means taking this case back to court, got it? Sounds like we've got our first case of the new year. Let's tackle it with gusto. I don't know. The judge already issued a guilty verdict once on this case. It's not going to be easy to get it overturned. I guess that New Year's resolution is going to have to wait until next year. So you're taking this case, right? Good. I'm going to head over to the courthouse then. After that, I'll go back to the precinct. Drop by if you need something, okay, pal? I guess people are starting to know the name Phoenix Wright. The client entrusted a case to me based on my reputation. I guess I am kind of responsible. But why would someone want to impersonate me? What sort of guy would do that? Alright. First things first, we go to the detention center. This is a nerve-wracking waiting to meet our new client. I wonder if just what kind of person you tricked or got not found guilty. Keep it down, Maya. Good talk ruined me. Ah! How could you, Mr. Wright? How could you do this to me? They put me in solitary. Solitary. I haven't been able to stop crying. Aren't you? Yes, I am. I'm totally and utterly let down. Oh, are you? Don't pretend you don't know me. It's me, Maggie. Remember, Maggie Bird? Maggie Bird. Ah, from the first case of the last game. Maggie Bird. She's the policewoman I defended that one time. She was accused of murdering her lover. He was a cop too. What are you doing in here? Didn't I get you acquitted? Oh, sure, very funny. Was that fifth-rate defense job? You come in here and start making jokes? You better hurry up and tell her what happened, Nick. Oh, I see. So that's where we stand right now. Sorry you've been caught up in another murder. My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. I vaguely remember her saying the exact same thing last time. But I don't mind. What's one more disaster in my life? Fuck. At least now the real Mr. Wright is here with me. I won't let the word keep me down, sir. Well, let's talk to you about everything. So how come you're dressed like that, Maggie? Last year you looked so sharp in that uniform. I was fired after that incident last year. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I don't mind one bit. I enjoyed being on the force, but I think it was time for me to move on. So what do you do now? In the second act of The Life of Maggie Bird, I am playing the role of a waitress. A waitress? Yes, in a French restaurant. It's a small place, but it's quite fashionable. My charming smile and shapely figure came through for me. And the owner, Mr. Armstrong, hired me straight away, sir. And then you got into this mess straight away, right? Yeah, you could put it that way. This whole mess started on the 3rd of last month. And it happened at Tresbien. Tresbien? Yes, it's a restaurant where good service and a friendly smile are always included. Oh. There were 2 men at the table, both drinking coffee. One of them looks a lot like Phoenix, but isn't. And then? One of the men slipped some poison into the victim's cup. The victim took just one sip and was gasping for air. I was so shocked I passed out. Hey, hold on there, Maggie. What? You keep calling the guy the victim. Didn't you know the guy who was killed? Not at all. I'd never seen that guy before. Oh. So she wouldn't have had a motive to kill him then, I guess. And the other man, the killer, you saw him, right? Of course. A good waitress must have attended to her clientele. So you saw the killer, but you were found guilty of the crime anyway? How come? You tell me, Mr. Wright. The answer to my question is my phony. Anyway, she saw the killer. Better see if I can get a description of the guy. So, if you saw the murderer, why were you still convicted? Because no one else saw. Saw what? The other man, the one who put the poison in the victim's coffee. Everyone testified that way. Mr. Armstrong, the customer, everyone. The victim was sitting alone in his table the whole time. But how's that possible? I don't know. But nobody, not one person would believe me, sir. Even Phoenix Wright, my last hope for a fair trial, failed me. What a pathetic defense! My granny could have done a better job. Look, that wasn't me, okay? And then they found something a bit incriminating on my apron pocket. What? A small bottle of poison. What? Poison? It was in your pocket? Well, I passed out when my victim collapsed. The killer must have slipped the poison into my pocket when I was unconscious. And no one else saw the other guy? No, sir. That's what everyone said, but I don't see how they could have missed him. I was the one who took the coffee to the 2 men. Oh, and what was your impression of them? Well, when I first saw them, I thought they might be in the music industry. Music? How come? Well, one of them had some sort of earpiece, like an emo musician's look about him. Emo musician! And there was a sample CD on the table, sir. An earpiece and a sample CD, huh? Did you get a look at the CD at all? It had a band's name written on it. I think it was MC something. They must have been preparing for their debut, I guess. So it was the band CD. Maybe a promo disc? Maybe it was MC Screwdriver. Get serious, Maya. Would you buy the CD of a group named that? What was the name of that group again? MC Hacksaw? No, MC... And what about the killer? What did he look like? Well, I don't really remember. I only remember that he was a young man, well built, like the victim, really. Oh yeah, I need to ask you about this. Hey, that article about my case. Can you tell me anything about the guy who was pretending to be me? Yes, sir. It was the morning after I'd been arrested. I met you in the visitor's room here. You were wearing one of your super sharp suits. Me? Yes, you, Mr. Wright. Hey, Maggie. Was my evil double AM? Maya backwards here too? No, I don't remember a phony you, Maya. Oh, that would have been so cool. Then you got reworked up and passionate. I'm going to get you cleared of this crime, you said. Okay, I get the picture, but you met me in person before. So how come you didn't realise that guy wasn't the real me? I guess looking back now it was a little strange. Only a little? Well, okay, so you were a bit taller than normal and you looked a bit shady. And your voice was off, so the guy was nothing like me then. But he had your spiky hair and blue suit. That all it takes for someone to imitate me? How about everyone else in the courtroom? The judge and the observers? Didn't they realise he was an imposter? Everyone had those big question marks on their faces, but it seemed that no one wanted to say anything, sir. This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Mr. Wright, do you think it's possible to get a retrial? Probably. The court ruled the absence of a genuine defense attorney. If we should be able to get a retrial. Mr. Wright, do you think we'll win next time, sir? My life has been a full-course meal of bad luck, complete with defeat for dessert. When I was 6 months old, when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit with all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, and failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. I even landed a phony lawyer when I had the misfortune of being accused of murder. But I will survive, because Maggie Bird always lives to fight another day. And one day I'll find it, just you wait and see, sir. I'll find the one single moment of good luck. Aww. Zin Eop is really going to pay for this. What? What are you staring at me like that for? But Maya's right. Whoever it is that thought it was a good idea to use my name and get an innocent girl convicted of murder had better watch out. We'll find him, don't you worry. We'll get... Oh, it's Phoenix backwards. we'll get Zenny up before you. That took me longer than it should have to register. Thank you. Oh, I'll tell you where Tresbien is then. Oh, right, the restaurant the murder took place. Yes, sir. When you go, please tell Mr. Armstrong I said hi. Sure, alright, Nick. Let's go check out this restaurant and its food. Alright, to Tresbien we go. Oh, jeez, it's very pink. Wow, look at this place. Look, more like smell. What is with that suffocating scent of flowers in here? It's a maid cafe. And again, girls like that kind of thing, right? Actually, I'm not all that into it. No one's coming to seat us. Maybe there's no one here. Don't be silly, Maya. It's a restaurant and it's open for business. Hello, anyone here? I don't believe it. There really isn't anyone here. Perfect, let's get intrusive. There's no one here. We can take anything we want. Yeah, I suppose we can. What are we taking? Examine the magazine rack on the right-hand side. It's a rack full of fashion magazines, and they're all in French. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometime, huh, Maya? I guess I could. I'm always in my acolyte clothes, aren't I? It'd be fun to wear normal clothes every now and then. There's something stuffed behind the rack. Looks like a sports paper to me. Hey, and look at this. Someone scribbled a little doodle on one of the pages. MC Bomber and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros? $100,000? Maybe? I wonder what MC Bomber is supposed to be. This paper. It's from December the 3rd. This paper's from the day of the poisoning. What? Paper from the day of the murder. There's got to be a clue. I should see if I can find out more about this paper. There's nothing in here for us right now, believe it or not. Yay, let's steal! Yeah, that Maya did that in the last game too. So, well, there's no one here. Let's poke our bodies around. Anyway, we go back to the detention center to present this sports paper to her. Oh, a sports paper. Let's see. Did Guston Braun manage to defend his heavyweight title? Sorry, mate. The paper's actually a month old. It's on the day of the murder. And Gutson got knocked out yesterday, I'm afraid. Oh, no. I found this paper in the magazine rack at Très Bien. Really? That's strange. The Très Bien doesn't get newspapers. Mr. Armstrong says he's not really fond of them. Then maybe one of the customers left it behind. Anyway, what I want to take a look at is the scribble here. Aha! That's it, sir! MC Bomber! That was the name of the written on the CD. Just as I thought. I guess it was an MC Screwdriver after all, huh? So, that $100,000 must be a down payment for a record deal, right? If someone gave me $100,000, I'd sing for sure. The Master Karain, or the Spirit Song, or even Maya's theme. Okay, Maya. So, if the sample CD was on the victim's table, that means this newspaper may have belonged to the victim. You're right. So the victim left us behind on the day of the murder. Huh. I think we better step up the investigation, don't you, Nick? Alright, and then back to Très Bien we go. Okay, well, oh jeez, I know who it is that's coming in. Oh jeez, what voice am I going to give you? Ooh la la, bonjour! Welcome to the Très Bien! Oh, hello. What happened to Maya? She's frozen stiff. Bienvenue! Welcome to my petit restaurant! Huh? Bienvenue? Oh no, my petit jaloux! Me? Look at his face! Like a looking rejected by his own mother. You're fatigued, no? Otherwise, you need this. Aromatic bath oil Milan of La Noile à la Rose, my personal recommendation. You think I need what? Wait, just a couple of drops in the mixture to the bath water and voila! It will soothe your body and your mind. It's simply fantastic cure. Really? And for la monsieur? Who? Me? Look at that face, like a puppy rejected by life itself. You're fatigued, no? For you, monsieur, I recommend this. Oil of bergamot and maybe hint of oil. I'll add le peppermint and le clary sage for Fagin's exceptional. Such an unveiling recipe will bring out your delicious beauty, monsieur. My beauty? Alors, if you'll be seated, I'll bring you the special menu of the day. Actually, we're not here to eat, we're lawyers. Mais bien sûr, I know this already, monsieur. You are the Phoenix Wright, no? Yes, you know me? Mais oui, I know if I got a man who flirts with me, especially in court. I guess he was cross-examined by our mysterious Zenoyo. It's like everyone to do with this case knows who I am already. I wonder what sort of impression Zin has been leaving on people, don't you? Oh, it's Aaron Hansen! Oh. Oh jeez, yeah, it's just oh Jesus, that's yeah. Now that you say that, I wonder where Dan Zavadan. Where's he about? Oh jeez, I didn't even fucking think about that until you said it. Yeah. Allow me to introduce myself to you again. I am Jean Armstrong and Chante. So, what does Très Bien mean? No tray, that means free, right? No, 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 très bien is Francesc. In English, you would say very good. Oh, very good. I'm getting a headache doing this guy's voice. Oh, shit. Oh, exactement. L'atmosphere is très bien, and la cuisine is très bien. The food's so good, why aren't there any customers in here? My cuisine is not for all. Some people, they do not appreciate la hot cuisine. I thought everyone liked hot cuisine. Since I have lost Maggie, I don't have enough hands. So you're running this place on your own now? Oh, hey, for a moment, no one has answered my advertisement. Oh, poor moi. Also, full disclaimer, I am dreadfully sorry if my accent or my effort to do this is taken as offensive for anyone French watching this. I am sorry. I am sorry. This guy is this exaggerant. Think of it as me imitating him, not imitating the French. Please don't eyeball me while you say that. I am la chef. I am la manager. I am also a trained aromatherapist. That was the word I was looking for. A roaming what? A practitioner de aromatherapy. The art of soothing les soul with this delicate fleur de aromas. Delicate? The smell coming from that bottle earlier was anything but. So could you tell me what you know about the incident? Bien, it makes me sad to remember it, but yet I remember it too well. More than a month has passed since it happened. Yeah, I guess it has been about a month since Maggie's sentencing. So it was the 3rd of last month, just after 1 in the afternoon. A man who was in ill for a coffee suddenly became ill because of the poison in his coffee. That is the truth as I know it. It was Maggie who took in the drink to him. I was in la kitchen. I heard the sound of someone collapsing. When I came around to see what it was already slumped in his chair. He was dead? Mon Dieu, he was dead. Maggie had passed out also. This man who died, was he alone? Oui, monsieur. All alone. I know that Maggie said there he was someone else, but... I see. The police, they asked me so many times. Are you sure there is no one else at the table, they asked. But I am not the only one. The old man said the same thing. Old man? What old man? So who knows this old man that you mentioned? Who is this old man? At the time of the murder, there was another customer in here. But someone else saw it? Oui, as usual, it came about that day. At the time of the murder, he was here. He saw it too. But he said the same thing, that there was no one else at the victim's table. But Maggie swears there was 2 people. Moi, mademoiselle, that lawyer could not prove this, no? About that lawyer. That was me, I suppose. Mais bien sûr. Wow, he's the first person who said it wasn't me. Don't kid yourself, Nick. Now he's the one making stuff up. Anything else before we go? Present Maggie to him. $39, okay. Maggie was a policewoman once, n'est-ce pas? Yes, but she had to quit for reasons beyond her control. Right. She was the last suspect in the murder investigation, no? Oh, you know about that. That is why I gave to her la perfume of la happiness. Happiness perfume? Oui, blended from bergamot, like I have given to you before. But she's been arrested again, and found guilty this time. This is true, a natural aroma of unhappiness must have been very strong. Just admit it, your perfume doesn't work. I'm not surprised she was the prime suspect, after something like that took place before my very eyes. Something like what? What's this guy talking about? Does this mean Maggie did have a motive? Gotta ask this guy for more info. Stats. When Maggie took the coffee over to the victim, did anything happen? Oi, I suppose you could say so. So what's happened? No, it was nothing. Look, Maggie says she didn't even know the guy, but she's still being indicted for murder. The prosecution must have come up with some kind of motive. Boy, it is true. If there's anything at all between Maggie and the victim, it could be relevant. So please, tell us anything you know. God fucking damn it. We have to come back to this guy. Cyclops. No way. What are we going to do, Nick? We just have to remove... What the? What's wrong? The Magatama, it's gone. Huh? How did my pocket? It was vanished into thin air. What? But I could see the Cyclops. Maybe that means the Magatama's nearby? Mr. Armstrong, could I just confirm something with you again? The table where the victim was sitting, was anyone else sitting there? That is a question you'll have to ask him yourself. Huh? I'm? The mild man spends all of his time des le parc. Le parc? Oh, park. What park's that? Behind le restaurant. It is called Vitamin Square. Thank you. Yeah, why in prayer, my dear. Let's go check out this Vitamin Square right now, Nick. And that's where we're heading. Okay, I can see why it's called Vitamin Square. Or Vitamin, depending on your accent. So this is Vitamin Square. Yep, I see where they got the name from now. Hey, I wrote the script. The fruit screams vitamins at you. Hey, Nick. That's the guy, right? Isn't that the old man Mr. Armstrong was talking about? The grouchy-looking grandpa? He's throwing out seeds at the pigeons. He's not throwing seeds for them, he's throwing seeds at them. The grumpiness threat level has been raised to red. Oh, the music. Examine the magazine, The Orange Chair. Oh, there's a magazine here. Magazine full of job listings.
You disgusting rogue, picking up something someone else threw away.
Threw away? Did you throw this away? Are you looking for a job?
That's none of your business.
Sorry, I guess I'll just take the magazine with me then.
I don't want anyone else having it, giving it back.
Ah, too bad. No, you want it so bad, I don't want to give it up.
Hey, that's mine.
And that's everything we can do here. We go back to Trebian. Present the job listings to Armstrong. Mademoiselle. Yes? Are you looking for a job? What? No, I was just... Let me see. Your style is un peu différent, but you have a good face. Different? Felix. Whatever. You have passed. I'll hire you. Jam. I wish I could walk into any job and get hired that quick. Oh, come with me. I'll teach you everything I know. Nick. I don't know whether to laugh or feel bad for Maya. Maybe I should do both. Alright, whilst we've ditched Maya there, let's leave her here and go to the fucking criminal affairs department. If we go to the we have to go through the detention centre to get there. So they have Maggie in questioning. I guess I've asked her pretty much everything. I'll come back with anything else I need to ask her later. And we've got things to present. To who we find here. Well, pal, have you found the evidence yet? The one's going to find her innocent? No, not yet. We've only just started our investigation. But whatever you need to know, I'll give you the dirt on it. I'm putting off all my other cases for now, pal. I'm sure he's really fired up about this. Oh yeah, one more thing. The retrial's been approved. Court sitting at 10 AM tomorrow. And Godot's going to be the prosecutor. Oh, Jesus. They've got to go for a bit. Should be back before this stream ends. Alright, just as a heads up of how much more I'm going to do, I'm going to do this investigation piece, and then the first trial day, and then wrap up. I think that's going to be the theme moving forward, is just getting to the next midpoint of the next trial, so he has something to wait on. Oh well, the exception being case 5, the final case of this game, because that one's super long, so fuck knows how that will go. We'll get to that one when we get to it. But just as a heads up of what we're going to do, we've got the rest of this investigation, which to be fair, there's a bit to do yet, and then the first trial day, and then after that I'll be wrapping up. So, anywhere in the next hour and a half left. But if I don't see you, you take care, dude. And Godot's going to be the prosecutor. Oh. Now listen up, pal. If Maggie's found guilty again, yes? I'll make sure you get locked up for good for it. Got it? Alright, before we can start, we have to present some things to him. Firstly, the sports paper. What's that? A sport paper? Yeah, I found it in the magazine rack at Très Bien. It's dated the same day as the murder. You may be onto something here. And take a look at this. See the writing here? MC Balmer? Hey! What is it? I've heard of that name somewhere before. Yeah, MC Balmer. Well, he actually seems to be thinking for once. Ouch, that's mean. Same, okay. Okay, it's no good. I can't remember. And he goes back to being the Gumshoe we all know and love. You know what the most depressing thing with Gumshoe is? Is that after... I think it's this game. I don't think he's in Apollo, the 4th game. I think it's this game is the last time he shows up in the main series properly. After this, he's relegated to the investigation spin-offs. Which makes sense because the investigation spin-offs are focused on Miles Edgeworth, and of course he follows Edgeworth. But when Edgeworth comes back to the main series, Gumshoe never comes with him. And it genuinely feels like a piece is missing when Gumshoe's not around. It's something that I actually really loved about the stage plays. I've talked about them a little before. They did a series of stage plays, with the exception of the last one, Turnabout Gold. All of them do a phenomenal job, I feel. And the only reason I have issues with Turnabout Gold is the actor who plays Edgeworth and the actor who plays Gumshoe both didn't come back for that one, and it felt like a little of the magic was lost because of it. But all the other stage plays are divine because of Edgeworth and Gumshoe and their relationship in the stage play. Like, it's genuinely so damn good. They've been English subbed on YouTube, so just, if you get a chance, watch them. Like, they're so good. I enjoyed them so much watching them all. My favourite thing is that Gumshoe's actor is a professional breakdancer, and in the plays he finds an excuse to breakdance every single fucking time. Like, it happens in every single one, it just happens. Like, he slips on a banana peel in the first one, and instead of just falling over, he slips into a breakdance that ends with him landing on his back, and it's supposed to be Gumshoe again. You're just like... I believe it's... I made it canon to his character in my head canon that Gumshoe's secretly a breakdancer because of those plays. They're genuinely so worth watching. They're so good. Hey pal, I'm gonna borrow this paper for a bit, okay? I want to get a handwriting analysis done on the scribble. Handwriting, huh? Get to know more about that in any case. Thanks pal, I bet this will turn out to be an interesting clue. And the next thing we have to give to him, or present, is Gene Armstrong. Gee, for Très Bien, huh? You know, that chef said to me, "Ooh la la, your body is full of the toxins." And then he gave me this bottle. What's in it? I don't know. The label says juniper. I'm under orders to put a few drops on it on my bath every day. Under orders? Yeah, you know, there's something about that lady. I mean guy. Huh? You can't stop thinking about him? Not like that, pal. Give me a break. It's not my type. I mean, I can't stop thinking that he's involved in this case somehow. Seems like he knows a little something more about our charming chef. Alright, and then from there, we ask the good detective about everything. So the guilty party was Maggie Bird, huh? Yeah. Back when she was on the police force. You were her mentor when she was a rookie, right? Yeah, I kept a close eye on her. I mean, not too close, you know. Hey, what's with the funny looks, pal? It was just her. It wasn't anything like... Look, sure, I was her boss when she was doing her training. But that was it. Nothing happened. Why are you getting so defensive? What's the age difference? 32, 23. Well, is she into older men? Is there something we should be knowing here? Because it was only a year ago, so she would have been 22. Gumshoe sure is sweating up a storm over nothing. Ah, so that's it. Our big old Gumshoe has a little old crush on Maggie. I don't like her or anything. Our tsundere detective. I was... Note to self, gossip with Maya about this later. Note to self, I'm gonna gossip up a fucking storm with Maya. Look, pal, don't tell anyone, okay? You gotta keep it a secret, got it? Sure. Would you mind not guessing what I'm thinking all the time? Hey, tell your face, pal, not me. You have to be blind not to see what's on your mind. So, I was wondering, could you fill me in on the victim? Glenn Elg. He's a computer programmer. I see, programmer. You're just a regular Joe working out for a small-time computer firm. Maggie never had any contact with the guy before that day, and all she did was take him his coffee on the day of the murder, pal. Yeah, Maggie also claimed to have never seen the guy before. Did the victim go to the restaurant often? Not according to the chief. He said it was the first time he'd seen the guy. A programmer and a first-time customer at that. What possible reason could Maggie have to kill a guy like that? That's what I thought. But a motive was still somehow established in her trial. I'm kidding. What was her supposed motive? Sorry, pal. I'm really busy. I haven't got enough time to sift through all of these papers. Look at it yourself, okay? What would motive have been? This isn't really a proper investigation. I'm kind of working on it by myself. Oh, that's right. The judge already ruled the case, and all the evidence is in already. The only problem is that Maggie's testimony. Yeah, doesn't sound very good for us, huh? Look, pal, I've got a mountain of papers on this case to look over before tomorrow. So I'm just gonna say this. Maggie Bird's no liar. She's... Okay, so she's a bit out there and a bit off base sometimes. But she was a good cop. That's not exactly complimentary, you know? So what do you think really happened? And just how contradictory is her testimony? The biggest problem with Maggie's testimony is the number of people at the table. Yeah, my fault exactly. The Maggie still insists there was another guy sitting with the victim. Right, but get this. Everyone else in the place says the guy was alone. Even the chef. You were going to say chief. And then there's that CD. CD? Oh yeah, she did mention something about a CD. And there was a sample CD on the table, sir. But our guy turned that place upside down. There was no CD. What? Well, at the table? Not anywhere in the whole restaurant, pal. But did Maggie say the victim was wearing an earpiece too? Yeah, but that was for the portable radio in the front pocket of his hoodie. Radio? He didn't have a CD player? You got it. Your phony never explained that contradiction at all. Come to think of it, the owner of Trey Bien didn't mention that CD either. I don't know why, but I get the feeling that Mr. Armstrong's got something to hide. What exactly is that caught your attention about the chef, and he said chief again, at Trey Bien? It's, kind of hard to say. The guy's probably not even connected with the case anyway. Hey, come on, detective. Didn't you say you could give me all the dirt on anything? Well, this sort of stuff is kinda unimportant, gossipy stuff, you know, pal? Look, how about this? You go to Trey Bien and investigate the place yourself. And if you find out anything suspicious about the guy, you report back to me, okay? I suppose I get a choice in this, guess I better find out more about the chef. My dyslexia knows no bounds, and Trey Bien, then report back to Gumshoe. Which I believe is what we do. Yeah, we go back to Trey Bien. Nope. Scent of flowers sure is strong. It's always making me dizzy. Jesus, hello. Oh, hello. She looks so frail. Who was that just now? A customer? She has sort of a dark aura about her. Oh, welcome, bienvenue. Wow, what a cute voice. Oh, it's just you, Nick. Maya? Well, how do I look? Maybe you should quit being a spirit medium. Maybe, but it's kind of boring being a waitress. I mean, you're my first ever customer. Then who was that woman I just saw? Oh, since you're here, you might as well have something to eat. I am kind of hungry, actually. Talk to Maya about being a waitress. So, how do you like your new job, Maya? I never knew there was so much for a waitress to do. Take people's orders, bring them their food, make coffee, work the cash register. Of course, we need a customer before I can do any of that. Yeah, it's a nice looking restaurant. It's a shame more people don't come. Don't forget about the ultra cute waitress. Check out my gimme a tip smile. Hey Nick, why don't you order something? The chef's preparing a tasty lunch set at the moment, or so he says. How much is it? It's the twin tea set, so it'll be $20 of course. It's twin tea? I believe I'll be taking a pass on that. It's kind of expensive. What? But you can't. Come on, Nick. It's not every day I get to be a waitress. I want to try carrying plates and working the cash register. How about cleaning the toilets? That should keep you busy. Yeah, right. Maybe later. About the lunch. Oh, fine choice, sir. No, Kitchen, a lunch special, please. With all the extras, drink, side salad, dessert, and gift. Don't need any of that. Just a moment, please, sir. Maya's really getting into this. So how much is this set then? $20, huh? That drink side salad. It's $45. Hey, wait a sec, Maya. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Here you are, our deluxe fortified launch set. Whoa, a dish inspired by lobster and abalone. I don't know that word. Fricasse with a balsamic vinaigrette. Bon appetit. Thanks. Come on, Nick. Hurry up and try it already. Lobster, huh? Alright, down the hatch it goes. Well, are you hungry, Maya? I'm starving. Yeah, it's yours. Really? Remember, Maya, my wallet doesn't print money, so you'd better polish off that plate. I just remembered. I've got to clean the toilets. Hey! Can't be that much of a hurry to clean the toilets. Large special, because $20 despite how unbelievably bad it tastes. How does that guy manage to make good food taste so bad? Hey, Nick, you want to take a peek at the kitchen? Kitchen, huh? What a bad idea. What was it that Maggie said again? In the kitchen, you'll get to see all the chef's greatest secrets. In the kitchen? That sounds tasty. Hey, wait up, Maya. What is it? I'm pretty busy right now. Aren't you going to show me around? Tisk, there goes my plan to find some cool clue and show it off in your face. I better conduct the search in the kitchen myself. And here it is, the famous Très Bien kitchen. My first time in here too, actually. There's a weird atmosphere in here, that's for sure. Mr. Armstrong will be back soon, so we better search quickly. Chop chop. What are we examining in the kitchen? Oh, I need to scroll down. First, we examine the knives on the counter. Oh no, I'm in a French restaurant. I've never heard of most of these seasonings. Hey, Nick, the container has oyster sauce. What's that? Isn't that used in Chinese? Ah, look, right there on the counter. My Magatama, what's it doing there? Oh, indeed. On loan from Maya, retrieved from the kitchen. Examine the oils on the floor. Oh, it's over here. What's this? It looks like a treasure chest or something. Oh, look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're the aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor. Let's see, 1, 2, 9900. There's all the same too. Hey, wait a minute. What is it? There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. So what's the liquid inside then, I wonder? Hey, Nick, we should borrow this. I mean, look how many bottles he's got. He won't miss this one, will he? Oh, I bet that's the poison bottle. Once you've got your oils, move to the Criminals Affairs Department. Hey, you're just in time. What is it, detective? The lab got back to me about the newspaper you gave me. Ugh, it must mean the sports paper with the memo scribbled on it. So, what did they say? Did the analysis turn up anything? They said the doodle was written by the victim, Glenn Elk. No doubt about it. I expected as much. The victim took the paper with him the day of the murder. That's our best interpretation of the facts at the moment. MC Bomber. I get the feeling I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh well, I guess it will come back to me. Don't forget to report back with whatever you find. I get the feeling there's something I need to show him. Sports paper, present the small bottle to him. You got one of those aroma bottles too, huh? Only this one doesn't smell. Huh? I don't get you. This was mixed in with all the other aromatherapy bottles, but it's not the same. It doesn't even look the same, wouldn't you agree? Cologne bottle, it doesn't smell, huh? It smells like a skunk to me, pal. Mind letting me borrow that bottle for a while? I want to send it to the lab for analysis. The victim was poisoned, so the contents of this bottle are pretty important. I had a hunch that there was something funny about the chef. You suspect Gene Armstrong? I've got the guy's number. I know what his secret is. It must be the same secret gums you were talking about before. I guess I'd better fill you in on the details. About this Armstrong guy's secret, I mean. So what's his secret? You ever tried lunch at Trepian, pal? Yes. So how was it? To put it nicely, it was inedible. Nah, don't worry about being nice around me, pal. You and I both know the reason that place is so empty is because of the food. I mean, the place is clean, and he's got a girl like Maggie as a waitress, so... yeah, I guess it's probably the food. The real scoop is the guy up in ears and debt. Really? How much does he owe? This is a copy of his loan contract. He's about $500,000 in the red. $500,000? Are you talking dollars? Yeah. Hey, if it was sterling, he'd really be in trouble. Yeah, that's true. If it was pounds, if it was pound coins, he'd be extra fucked because of the way the conversion is. Sorry, that figure just took me by surprise. Yeah, this case is full of surprises. And I'd be willing to bet that Chef's got something to do with most of them. That's my hunch. After getting that information, we go to the Vitamin Square. Oh, it means I've got to do the old man's voice again. What's the pink scooter doing there all of a sudden? That wasn't there earlier. The guy's not here anymore. Drat. And I said some unanswered questions for him. Scooter, huh? We leave it right in the middle of this park like this. The wheel guard and the light are busted. Guess it must have been in an accident. It's already wrecked. Alright, dude, come on.
Hey! What did you think you was doing with my bike?
We found our doppelganger. I was just...
You has been messing with my new ride? Is that what you has been doing?
New ride? Is that kind of an...
You're gonna pay for this.
It wasn't me, I was just passing by.
Hey, then who's the one who covered my saddle in crap, huh? You're gonna pay, you catch my drift?
No, wait a sec. Little pigeon.
Wise guy, eh? I had to beat you so hard, it was like you was smooching the express train.
Uh-oh.
You better watch your back. This ain't over. I'm gonna round up a group of lawyers, and then you's gonna pay.
Actually, I'm a lawyer myself.
What'd you say?
I'm Phoenix Wright, attorney at law.
Phoenix Wright? You saying you, Phoenix Wright?
Yeah, I am.
So you're a wise guy too, huh? Because I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only. What? Out of my way, I gotta cruise.
He's gone. Surely that guy wasn't my phony, was he? He wasn't anything like me. Guess I better make a note of this scooter. Ridden by my phony. The wheel guard is all smashed up.
Pathetic.
Oh, it's you.
A few threats from a little brat like that. And you look like a pigeon that's got seeds in its eyes.
Have you been here the whole time then?
I was in that strawberry. I had some thinking to do.
Well, you had some cowering to do. Oh, he's not marked on here yet. We don't know his true name, so he's not on our list. Anyway. Talk to the old man about everything, and watch my throat get torn asunder. I'm going to preemptively drink this to save myself as much as I can. Excuse me. Would you mind if I had a word with you?
Yes?
I wanted to ask you a couple of questions.
What's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm busy? So you don't like my seeds, eh, pigeons?
He's really chucking those seeds at them. That's got to hurt.
Go on, eat this.
Ugh. Excuse me, sir. Can I ask you about Maggie Bird?
I don't know any Maggie Bird.
Yes, you do. You know, the waitress at Trebian.
You ask me, it's a disgrace, that's what it is. Here's a young girl revealing herself like that.
So you don't like that kind of thing, then?
What are you trying to say about me, boy? Explain yourself.
Nothing. I'm not saying anything about you.
I know your kind. You young ones. You young... You... You young ones in your spiky hair and your fancy suits. That head of yours is overflowing with filthy ideas.
I know someone who needs to learn some stress management.
Get out of here, you young brat.
Do you go to the Trebien a lot?
Miserable excuse for a restaurant. That garbage they serve in there's not food. Where's the sushi, the tempura, the rice? Trebien is a...
That's Phoenix talking. Trebien is a fresh restaurant, sir.
Where do you think we are, boy? In Paris? I want real food, not those snooty snacks. And what about those shameless girls?
You mean the waitresses?
You can see all the way up there. Yes, the waitresses. They're practically naked. It's a disgrace, isn't it? Well, isn't it?
Listen, it's not my restaurant.
You miserable excuse for a restaurant. That place miserable.
Certainly knows the place. He must be a regular. But if he hates it so much, why does he keep going? He must be a bit of a perv. Are you a regular at the restaurant, sir? It's just that if you dislike it so much, why do you keep going there? Sir?
There you are, you filthy pigeons. You want food? Take that.
I knew it. This old guy has got something to hide. What could it be? And we can challenge that right now, actually. Oh, my God, not being right next to our badge is weird. It's way over here. Take that! It's time you told me the truth. Why are you a regular at the restaurant that you dislike so much?
Isn't it obvious? People only have one reason to go to the restaurants: to eat.
To eat? Is that the whole truth?
What do you mean?
I don't think you go to that restaurant for the food at all.
You insolent brat! How dare you accuse me? What proof have you got?
I can tell that you're not... that not you nor anyone else would want to go to the place for its food. Take that! The proof is in the pudding. Or in this case, the lunch menu.
That's a twin tea set.
Food at Trebien is terrible. And expensive.
You're wrong. It's cheap.
It's $20 to be fed poison. What do you mean it's cheap? Also, my mother dearest has messaged me, so let me respond to her. Cannot neglect her. Hang on. Oh, okay. Mother dearest, in her infinite wisdoms, has put the washing on the line. So has put the whole the clouds are kind of covering. Can you keep an eye? So if it starts raining, I'll have to vanish for a minute to go get it in. Otherwise, you know, it's just clothes getting soaked. Anyway. Huh?
I'm rich. I inherit money when I was a boy. Yes, I'm stinking rich. I haven't done a jot of work since I was born. Other than feeding the pigeons.
What a load of crock.
The taste's another story, but the price is nothing to me.
So you're saying that you get there because you've got money to burn?
Exactly. I have so much cash, I go for a swim in my money vault every day.
Unfortunately, that's a lie.
What?
You don't have any money to burn, you're flat broke. Because you threw away the job listing. This is yours, right?
My magazine.
Why would a rich retiree be looking for a job? Hang on. There we are. Live stream can remain functioning for me. There you go.
I was... so what? I was looking for a job. I'm buying a lot at the moment. I need spending money.
Oh.
I don't go to that restaurant for food. I just go for the Java Casino.
Yeah, I think you mean a cappuccino. Anyway, how much does a cappuccino cost there?
$8.
It better be some golden beans.
What's your problem? You think a poor man? You're better off drinking dishwasher, do you? Is that it?
No, I wasn't thinking that. I was wondering if the coffee there was really that great.
No, it's not. But anyway, yes, the place was free newspaper to read every day.
Newspapers?
Exactly. They don't want me hanging around at home, so I go there.
I'm sorry, sir, but there are no free papers to read at Rathby Allen. Take that! Look at this.
What is it?
It's a newspaper I found behind the magazine rack at Trebienne.
So, what of it?
This was the only paper there, and it's dated from more than a month ago.
What?
See what I'm getting at here? The restaurant doesn't get newspapers. There's just one that a customer happened to leave behind. Tell me, why are you so determined to hide the truth?
I'm not hiding anything.
I'm going to have to put this guy out of his misery. Listen, the reason why you go so much to Trebienne is because of because of Maggie.
What are you asking me about that girl for?
She was the waitress at Trebienne. Therefore, the answer to the mystery of why an old man would drink expensive coffee at a terrible restaurant is the waitress.
But I don't recognise that face.
And you're probably telling the truth here. Yeah, it's like, yeah, because you're too busy perving on her. Because you weren't looking at the girl's face, but at her outfit.
Oh,
That's the truth, isn't it? You became a regular at the restaurant because of the waitress's uniform. The uniform is all you can think about, isn't it?
I can't take it.
To you, that waitress was your...
Enough, please, no more. Stop saying that word, stop saying waitress. Stop it, stop it, stop it.
Sir?
Yes, it's true. I was there for the young girl. Fine, so I'm a dirty, wicked, sinful old devil.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
I even get one of those lousy cups of Javaco every time for $8. And all because of the serving girl. Punish me, lock me up.
Hey, that's not what I'm here for.
You'll be the same. Another 20 years and you'll understand what it's like. You'll know how painful it is to be an old man like me.
No, really, listen, sir.
Stop calling me that. I have a name, you know, boy. Show me some respect. It's Victor Godot.
Sorry, Mr. Godot.
You young ones think you know it all, don't you? Well, I'm not saying another word. I won't tell you anything more.
I was in the restaurant at the time of the incident, which means I have to hear his testimony one way or another. I don't believe this. I even broke his sight locks and everything. Because I have to try and get him when he's in a better mood. Alright. Back to Happy End we go. I think that's a typo. Oh no. Oh, have I missed something? I think there's a typo in the guide. It says go to Tresbienne and present Victor Godot to Maggie. I mean, I can present it to Maya. And that's what they meant. Oh, it's that old man. He's still feeding the pigeons? Yeah. And he fed me as well. I got a bunch of those seeds in my eyes. Oh, ouch. Hey, Maya, would you mind coming with me for a while? Huh? Me? Why? Yeah, they meant Maya. It was a typo. I was like, Maggie? Why'd Maggie be there? She's in the detention center. Sure, okay, I'll just get changed. No, hang on. Can you go like that? I guess. Sir?
You again. Huh? Well, I see.
Nick, his eyes are burning into me. It's okay. I think it's going pretty well. Huh?
You're still just a little child. Run along and play along on the slide, alright?
Play on the slide? Ugh, we were so close. It's a little more and he would have slipped. We would have spilled. How can we crank this guy? Excuse me, please, sir. Quiet, can you see I'm the pitch? Mia! Well, if you don't mind, sir, I'd really love to talk with you. Yes. Of course, certainly. I'm Victor Godot. Even from beyond the grave. Wow. This game has fun. This game has more fun than the rest of the trilogy, and that's that's what it should be. The series at its best when it is just kind of fucking around. Anyway, we need to talk to him about everything now that we can. About the incident. You mean the man who died drinking the Javicano? Well, he's a different person. It's quite a shock, even for me. I'm going to drop the voice. My throat can't do it anymore. He was a strange-looking boy. The girl took the Javicano over to him, you see. And was the customer alone? Definitely. He was the only person at the table. Then he took one sip of his Javicano and he said something like, "Ugh," and then collapsed, dead. Oh, how terrifying. You're sure so good at listening, aren't you? I'll tell you anything, whatever you want to know. Certainly seems to be telling the truth now. But it looks like Mr. Kudo doesn't see this other man either. Do you like the food at Trepian? Well, of course. I'm really quite a sophisticated man. I was a young businessman once, you know. I set up a casino in London. Really? How interesting. Eating the food at the restaurant really takes me back to my days in France. What a lovely story. London's in England, not France. Oh yes, France is wonderful. I'd love to show you around the city sometime. It's too much. I can't take it. I want France. Can't believe Mia's laughing at this guy. Yeah, when Mia was alive, I'm sure she was used to having to deal with people like him. So knows exactly how to get what she needs out of them. You visit Trepian a lot, don't you? Of course, I mean, yes. I'd like to come and see you there. Really? Oh, you flatter me so. The owner would be delighted to welcome you, I'm sure. Be careful of that chief, my dear. The chef? You mean Mr. Armstrong? That's right. That man's an ex-con. He's an ex-con? Whatever did Mr. Armstrong do? Oh no, those eyes. I can't take this. Mia's really got this guy eating out of her hand. He steals things from his customers. From his customers? Gloves, handkerchiefs, little things mainly. He's a pilferer. Pilferer. So you better be careful around him, my dear. Are you sure about this? Of course, he was arrested for it once. He was there when it happened, after my Javicano. He is a regular. Let me write you a little haiku about it. A haiku? A Japanese poem. I'll explain all you need to know about that chef. Convicted before, wicked man or woman, repeated offender, Victor Kudo. If it takes anything again, you let me know. It's not too expensive, I'll buy you a replacement. Poor guy, he couldn't do enough for Mia. Okay, Phoenix. That's about as much as I can do to help. Thanks, Mia. You got some really important information thanks to you. Honestly, I can't believe Maya called me for something like this. I can. I can. Oh, jeez. Move to Trepian, and it says, make a new save here. It's important for a trophy. So let's go to Trepian. Oh god, we're going to be here for a while, but it's for the trophy. I'm probably going to skip some of this dialogue if I'm honest. I love being a waitress. Yeah, plus no one came to the restaurant. Ooh la la, Mademoiselle Maya, no, don't leave me like this. Sorry. Reminds me. Oh, okay. It says make a new save here, go through all the things, and it says, and then once you're... The reason why you make a new save is that this is part of the achievement, but sometimes it doesn't pop. It's a glitched achievement / trophy. So if it keeps on doing it, you just keep on reloading until it gives it up, is what I'm getting from it, which is why it says make a new save. Break those. Mr. Armstrong, if you don't mind, I'd like to have another word with you. Volunteer, of course. So let's save. I'm going to save on this, so if it doesn't work and I don't get it, we can just load it back and we'll be... And I can worry about that later, like off-screen sort of thing. Right, present the Margatama. This is going to be here for a while. Like I said, I'll follow it along, and then when it gets to a point where it doesn't matter, okay, I'm just reading to make sure. Essentially, like, since everything we're about to do doesn't matter, I'm going to start skipping dialogue. Maggie's motive. What is happening? I just feel a horrible feeling. I have to know the truth. What happened that day? Hello. I will confess anything. Just don't hurt me. Huh? Well, that was a new world record. It was a lottery ticket. A lottery ticket? Well, the man who died here had a lottery ticket. For $500,000. $500,000? Oi, but after the incident, the ticket... It disappeared. Ticket disappeared? This was the motive the prosecution gave for Maggie. They said she had poisoned the man to get the half for the $500,000 lottery ticket. Why don't you tell me about this sooner? Moise, you've been trying to hide this information about the lottery ticket from me, and I want to know the reason why. No, monsieur, you doubt me, but I've confessed to everything I know. Mr. Armstrong, this $500,000 lottery ticket, I think I know who took it. Alright, so this is where we're going to start racing along. We're going to be basically... It's attorney's badge, then Gene Armstrong, then attorney's badge, and Victor's note, then attorney's badge, then Margaret Harmer, then attorney's badge. So we're going to skip. Then we actually do what we're supposed to do. We're going to butcher our health bar for this, but we'll hear basically every time you make a mistake in a unique way, he will start spouting stuff in his, his way of speaking. You have to hear every single unique, weird as hell line he says. Mr. Armstrong, I believe there's a very high probability that it was you. Ugh. Wow. That was one piercing scream even for a man like him. My poor boy, why you had no evidence? I'm not Master Mask. I'm not the kind of person who steals the property of others. You're a disappointment, Mr. Armstrong, by evidence to the contrary. I present you proof. What do? We present our badge again. We need to hear more dialogue. God, look, it gets quite evil, but it's necessary. Would we actually supposed to present Victor's note? Take that! What is this? A poem? Oh, monsieur, you know me well. I adore poems. Please read it and put some feeling into it. Convicted before, a wicked man or woman, repeat offender. Sorry to bring it up, Mr. Armstrong, but you've been arrested for stealing from your customers before, haven't you? Mon Dieu! Les maçons, you are the liar. You deny it? Don't make their false accusations, their form player. Do you have any proof? Proof is a... attorney badge. Imbecile! Yeah. Our proof is that you robbed our Margatama from us. These old habits die hard, Mr. Armstrong. What is that? This is my Margatama, and I found it in your kitchen. Oh. I mean, then... Wow, this scream just about to break some windows. Oi. I have a weakness for their little trinkets and their figurines, and I just slipped out. I cannot stop it. Stolen handkerchiefs, gloves, and other things from your customers, right? Oh, is that true?
was a timid little girl inside, monsieur. A timid little girl. Besides, this time, it was not a small trinket, it was $500,000. Well, no, why would I steal it? I had no need for such money. Really now? Oh, mon Dieu, what is it? Isn't it true that you're in pretty serious trouble, and that you're in desperate need of a large amount of cash? Which is why you need an attorney? God, look how much you have to brutalize your health just to get this fucking trophy. Look at that on the top right. Ow. Loan contract. Sorry, I was reading ahead of like everything else I need to do. This. The restaurant is deep in the red, isn't it? Ugh. So you have a loan. It is to the tune of $500,000. A lottery ticket would have wiped out your debts. Yeah. Well, Mr. Armstrong, what do you have to say for yourself now? Ah. Thanks, game. The game's like, okay, I'll show you some mercy. Here you go. Alright, before you talk to him, make another new save. Because this can be something else that apparently doesn't register. All for a goddamn trophy. I'm reading ahead of what we got. After we do this conversation, we're in the trial. We've got 6 testimonies to clear up. All we got left is to talk him through. What I'll do is I'll take a... We'll finish this investigation. As I said, it's only this talking to him now. Now I'm going to take a quick bathroom break because, you know, funnily enough, I've drunk a lot of water this stream. And then we will do the first trial, and then after that I'll wrap up. Mr. Armstrong, you said that the victim had a winning lottery ticket for $500,000. How did you know he had something like that in this in the first place? Somehow, he was listening to the radio in his earpiece. Oh, you said something about that too. The winning number was announced on the news, I think. All of a sudden, it exploded out. Yes, $500,000, he shouted. And the ticket? Oi, he had all the tickets spread out on the table. I was so desperate in need of money, so I put the poison in his coffee. No. Oh, no, you naughty man. I simply helped myself to one of his tickets. What? The victim collapsed and Maggie passed out. I thought to myself, pourquoi pas? He had so many of them. Yeah, but only one of them was the winning ticket, right? How could you do that, Mr. Armstrong? Maggie was arrested because of you. No, it is not true. I did not take it. That ticket for $500,000, I mean. But you just told us you did. You said you took a ticket. Why no, ma filet. It was not. That's enough. Huh? Mr. Godot? What in the heck are you doing here? This is without a doubt the worst coffee I've ever tasted, Mr. Armstrong. Came here for coffee? This is craving for coffee, no bounds! Perhaps Mr. Armstrong stole one of the victim's tickets on the day in question. I am the airhead, no? Just a pretty little girl who everyone is laughing at. But in that case, Maggie shouldn't be the only one under suspicion. He had the wrong ticket. What? Mr. Armstrong made off with the winning ticket's pretty neighbor. So, the ticket he took was worthless? Not quite. He did win something. $1. You see? I'm a pretty face. Without my looks, I had nothing. So, what happened to the winning ticket then? The one he meant to steal? Indeed. What did happen to it? I don't like spoiling myself by watching trailers, so we'll just wait and see how the motive turns out tomorrow, won't we? Voila, you two. Time to laugh at that pretty little airhead.
looks like I won't be needing this note anymore. Leave this note thrown in the trash. Looks like we've got a new mystery now, namely, where did that winning ticket go? Bad feeling about this. Well, anyway. We can't let Maggie suffer any longer for this, and certainly not again. So, yeah. We won't know if we got that trophy until we reach the end of all this, because obviously the dude has more dialogue and more of his weird dialect to throw at us. So those two saves just have to stay there for now. But as I said, I'll be back in a sec. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break because, you know, I've drunk a lot of water. Hang on, I will turn my camera off as well. I'm back. And I noticed it whilst I was away, and I've mentioned it in the chat, but I want to say it again. We hit 400 subscribers. I say that, we've gone so past it. When I checked it, it said 401, but we've hit 400 subscribers. We've hit a new milestone-ish. It's still a long way to go before, you know, I hit the real target, because if I hit 1,000, I can start monetizing my videos. I can start monetizing these streams and actually make money, and potentially the ultimate end goal is to be able to do this as a job. To be able to leave the job I'm currently doing and do this full time. So I can just keep on streaming and playing things and bounce off of more of an audience and, you know, do what I love. Obviously that's not going to happen overnight and I've got a ways to go, but we've hit 400. And for that alone, I say thank you. Because that is a lot. That's still 400 people who decide to give me the time of day to click that button. And so, thank you. Seriously, I mean that. Thank you so much, because that's a lot for me to be able to be like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to do some quirky little thing and see how I go. And 400 people have now like ticked that box to say like, yeah, sure, whatever. Even if not many people watch my stuff, I don't care about that. It's the fact that people are prepared to give me a chance to begin with. You know? that people do hop in from time to time. Like, it doesn't matter if not all 400 of them come in the chat every single video, you know? It's like that people are prepared to give me a chance, that are prepared to try out little things, to see how it goes, to listen to my rambles as I go on, and my British ways. Thank you. It means so much to me. Thank you. On that note, let's start the next trial. (9:48 AM) District Court, lobby number 1. Oh, I see. I guess I should have expected this. Nobody saw the other guy, huh? I'll finish my water, actually. I've got a little smidge left, but he was there when I took the coffee over, sir. Scout's honour. Maggie. Detective Gumshoe. Are you doing alright? How are you feeling? As if you need to ask Eve a question, sir. Don't let him get you down, Maggie. And don't forget to eat well, okay? Roger. And you? Yes? You'd better square this case away, got it, pal? Maggie's innocent, you hear? If you screw this up, then I'll be doing some squaring away myself. Squaring away some paperwork for your arrest. I think he's serious. Hey, detective. You're on our side for once, right? Yep. Well, he's not on our side. He's on Maggie's side. So you'll be able to help Maggie out, right? Really? Can you, sir? Of course. Got the situation under control. Gonna be the first witness in the stand today. If something I say doesn't mesh with the facts, you should be sure to point it out, alright? Sure. Alright. We're forming a united front today, pal. You get me? I'll tell you how grateful I am, sir. I've always admired you so much, detective. I know I can count on you. Looks like this should all go pretty smoothly today, huh? I can only wish. 10 AM, court number 4. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Alright, coffee number 1. Bitter. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? What's wrong? Nothing. It's just whenever I addressed you in the previous trial, your response was, "You was talking to me?" It was a little, well, intimidating. No, that wasn't me. That was the phony Phoenix. I see. So our trusty Phoenix Wright is back with us now, is he? Oh, trusty? So, Mr. Godot, your opening statement, please. I like how everyone just kind of accepts it as that. It's like, yeah, okay, so there was a doppelganger. Okay, good to know.
Mr. Wright, whether you're a fake or the real deal, we'll find out soon enough through this trial today.
Well, I can already tell you I'm the real Phoenix Wright.
I wasn't questioning whether you were Phoenix Wright or not. I was questioning whether you had studied law or not. That's what I intend to find out.
There's no denying it. Behind that mask is a man who really hates me for some reason or another. As everyone is aware, the court has already given its verdict on this case once. Therefore, I won't stand for irrelevant testimony during this retrial. Nor will I stand for a simple repetition of the events presented in the last trial. I'm not planning on repeating anything that phony me said, trust me. Now then, Mr. Godot, please summon your first witness.
Let's start with the formalities, shall we? Name and occupation.
Witness, state your name and for the court. Huh? Oh, sorry, sir. The name is Police Department Detective, occupation Dick Gumshoe.
Other way around, detective.
Sorry. Anyway, I'm the officer in charge of the case since yesterday, sir. Since yesterday? Yeah, the guy who was on the initial investigation the guy who was on the initial investigations tied up with another case now. If Gumshoe's really got everything under control, for everyone's sake. I see, so Detective Gumshoe. Would you outline the court the basic facts of the case? Yes, sir. The victim's name was Glenn Elk. He was a professional programmer. He was on the payroll of Blue Screens Incorporated, a local company. This is the victim's autopsy report. The court accepts this into evidence. Death between 1:30 and 2:30. And here are the floor plans for the restaurant. When the incident took place, the victim was sitting right here. The poisoned coffee was brought to him by the waitress. The waitress being the accused. Yeah. The victim died from poisoning almost immediately after he took a sip of the coffee. At that time of the incident, there were 2 other people in the restaurant. Mr. Gene Armstrong, the owner and chef, and a regular by the name of Mr. Victor Godot. It still seems to be a very straightforward case to me. Blueprints of the crime scene. X equals victim C.
Come, detective. Take up this hammer and nail the defendant's coffin shut with your own 2 hands.
Now then, Detective Gumshoe, let's have your testimony. Yes, sir. When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir. We understand that the guy, Glenn Elg, was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup, and when we found the potassium cyanide, that stuff really... What we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. And, it looks like Miss Bird might have had, well, some kind of motive.
Using the dark, aromatic depths of coffee to conceal the poison. Classy lady.
Fuck, why are you complimenting her? Mr. Coffee Drinker? The facts in this case seem to be ironclad. Mr. Wright, I would ask you to begin your cross-examination, but yes. Please, no intimidation tricks this time around. Is that understood?
I already told you that wasn't me.
Press Gumshoe on when the incident took place, the victim was alone at the table, sir. Can I stop you for just a minute? Huh? What is it? Did I say something that contradicts the evidence? He's so desperate for that to be true. He's practically crying. Your testimony just now doesn't match the testimony given by Miss Bird. She claims that there was another man at the victim's table. Yeah, that's what she said. And
What killer wouldn't say that when faced with a homicide conviction?
Hey, sadly, her testimony isn't supported by the owner or the other customer. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, it's true. There's 2 testimonies that tie up to that. They both said there was no other guy at the table. What should I do? Should I press the point harder or not? Yeah, press harder. Well, maybe the other witness just missed him. Perhaps their view of the victim's table was obscured in some way.
That argument is as weak as the coffee at Trapian trite.
I have here in my possession a ticket. A ticket? Looks more like a photo to me.
Yeah, a one-way ticket to guilty Vineville. Population, the defendant. This is the photograph taken from near the entrance to the kitchen. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef moments after the poisoning took place.
This is the scene of the witness by the chef moments after the poisoning took place, correct?
I think the court would agree to such a clear view of the scene of the crime. How, Mr. Trite, could anyone have overlooked a second person at the table?
Certainly seems to have shown the victim's table extremely clearly. Press Gumshoe on the statement, traces of poison were found in the coffee cup. So traces of poison were found in the coffee cup and nowhere else? Not sure I get you, pal. Was the poison a liquid or was it a powder? If I had to put it in layman's terms, I'd say it was a powdery substance. So the poison could have been anything that was on the table. Sugar, salt, pepper.
Objection.
Do you put salt and pepper in your coffee, Trite?
The victim took his coffee black with no sugar. Seems that the poison could have only been in the coffee. What should I do? Should I press harder? Yes. Are you absolutely certain that the victim even drank any of his coffee? Huh? What do you mean? According to this file, the poison was found at the victim's coffee cup. What proof is there that the victim ever drank any of it? Oh hey, you're right. That's what I was thinking.
In case you were wondering, the last objection was for the detective there.
Huh? For me?
Oh hey, you're right. You may be fooling the court, but I'm not falling for it. If you have time to race, you have time to present that piece of evidence.
That piece, sir?
Yes, that piece.
What piece was it again? This! Should I be grateful this coffee's only hot enough to give me first degree burns? Oh, now I remember. This is the, victim's coffee cup. Yeah, it's the victim's cup. Take a good look at the rim. Oh yes, it's unmistakable. There's a clearly a coffee stain on it.
Conclusive proof that the victim did drink the poisoned coffee that was in this cup. The victim gulped down the bitter death that the waitress brought to him. Like this.
For the record, the only prints on the cup were the victims and the defendants. Upon further investigation of this cup, we found a certain chemical substance. Press comments on the statement, and she might have had some kind of motive. Some kind of motive? Yeah. If you ask me, it's been blown well up for more caution.
You know what my golden rule is, detective.
Chuck out a bad cup of coffee, you can always get another. Huh? I don't get it. So if you don't do your job, I'm getting rid of you.
I'm saying we can always get another witness on the stand if we have to chuck you out. So stick to the facts, detective. Now then, what was Miss Bird's motive?
Come on, Gumshoe. They said she wanted to steal a lottery ticket. I knew it. That's what we heard yesterday too. It disappeared from the scene of the crime.
And it wasn't just any lottery ticket. It was a winning ticket of $500,000.
Mr. Armstrong knew about the ticket too, didn't he? But he stole the wrong one. Then, is it possible Maggie stole the winning one? What should I do? Should I press harder on this? Yes. Wait a minute. The mere fact that the lottery ticket disappeared is in no way implicates my client.
I have here in my hand the very ticket in question.
That's the $500,000 lottery ticket. One of the female police officers found it when she was conducting a search of the defendant. What? Order.
She's quite a lucky bird, our little waitress.
You will submit that ticket as evidence to the court immediately. I better keep an eye on that ticket. The way the judge's voice is quivering. Victim's lottery ticket added to the court record. This ticket was presented to the court in a previous trial too. But it feels heavier now somehow. $500,000, you say?
It's just a scrap of paper. What matters is where it was found, Your Honor.
And that's on Maggie's person, unfortunately. That's enough. The facts of this case seem overwhelmingly clear to me. The defendant had ample opportunity to commit the crime of which she is charged. Furthermore, it seems beyond reasonable doubt that she did indeed commit that crime.
I like an old man who knows the score.
There is also a matter of the $500,000 lottery ticket. That alone provides a very credible motive. I mean, for that sum of money, even I might be tempted to bend the rules.
I don't mind an old man who's weak to the siren call of money.
Not good, Nick. The evidence against Maggie is starting to pile up fast. Yeah, that's because the court has ruled guilty once already.
I'd say it's about time we wrap up this repeat performance with one final decisive piece of evidence.
You've got more evidence against Maggie.
This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time.
Wow, that's not the cleanest apron I've seen. That stain looks like... can't be blood, can it?
It seems the star of our play was a little flustered.
And somehow spilled coffee on herself. The coffee? That's not exactly the first thing that caught my eye.
Of course, the coffee stain isn't the most interesting thing about this apron. No, there's something else that stands out even more.
Something else? I presume you mean...
Of course, I'm referring to the pocket.
The pocket?
A search carried out right after the incident uncovered this. Potassium cyanide. The very poison used by the killer was in her apron pocket.
Full of poison? In Maggie's pocket? Yeah, and Maggie's prints are the only ones on it. What? Order. The court will accept these items into evidence. There is something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
You don't need to be told. Just look at it. Have you noticed yet? Because this happened last case as well. He can't see the colour red. That's Godot's glaring weakness. He cannot, under any circumstance, see the colour red.
Well, detective, could this stain really be blood?
No way, sir. It's just ketchup, sir. Ketchup? She must have gotten some on her apron when taking some of their breakfast that day. Could have spoken up a little sooner, Detective Gumshoe.
Put a stunt like that again, and I'll have you drink 17 cups of ketchup, witness.
Yeah. I thought everyone already knew what it was already. We haven't seen anything yet to make me doubt the last ruling I made on this case. The motive, the opportunity, and the supporting evidence, they've all been cleanly established.
Well, Wright, seems you really are as phony after all.
Ugh, you really know how to drive a man nuts. Witness, please continue with your testimony. Describe to the court the crime scene and your findings in the investigation there. The investigation. The crime was reported at 2:25 PM by a kind of scary old man, sir. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him, but we figured out who it was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. You identified the victim and secured your prime suspect. Very good.
Last chance to convince the court you're a real lawyer, Wright. Don't count on any more cross-examinations after this one, so let the fun begin.
Okay, we pressed Gumshoe on the statement, but we figured out who it was pretty quick. Wait a sec. Huh? Did I say something dumb again? Let me paraphrase what you just testified to the court. The victim didn't have any form of ID on him. That's basically what you said, yes? Yeah, basically. In that case, how were you able to identify the victim so quickly? Oh, that. He's so let down. He's got the whole sagging shoulders and puppy eyes thing going. There was a prescription bag on the victim's table along with the lottery ticket. Seems Mr. Glenn Elg visited his doctor before he went to Trebian. We got the victim's name from the medical records of the doc who prescribed the meds. That's a reliable enough source of the court. I do. Ask about the prescription bag. So what sort of medicine was in the bag? Well, actually, the bag we found was empty. Huh? Yeah, completely empty. It was completely empty? Ah. You're answering an empty paper bag as evidence? Desperate are you, Wright? Now, what happened with the investigation after that, detective? Present the bag itself to the statement, and that was it. Objection! Detective Gumshoe, I think I should point something out to you. There is just one small contradiction in your testimony. Oh, finally! I'm getting all anxious just waiting. Hurry up, will you? You testified that nothing else was missing from the crime scene. However, the prescription bag you mentioned was empty. Did the officers recover the medicine from the scene of the crime later? No, they didn't. The victim was given a prescription right before going to Trebian. Where then did the medicine disappear to? You are too cool, pal! Indeed. Due consideration wasn't given to the victim's prescription in the previous trial. Witness, why do you always overlook such vital pieces of evidence? I guess that's the most careless thing I've done so far, huh? The victim was killed by poison. And the victim's medicine mysteriously disappeared. The victim's own prescription could have been the lethal poison itself.
Order! Order! Oh, Mr. Godot, what do you have to say to that?
Ah, that's all.
What?
Read for the court the name of the clinic of the prescription bag, if you will.
What's the clinic's name got to do with anything? New Ear Otolaryngological Clinic. I don't know that.
What kind of illness is the victim suffering from, Mr. Godot?
Hardly an illness, Your Honor.
More like a bitter war wound, you could say.
A war wound?
The day before the incident, Mr. Elk found himself in a fight. He took a blow to the side of his head and ruptured his eardrum.
He ruptured his eardrum? And what on earth was the prescription he was given?
It was a cream that was applied topically inside the ear canal, not to be ingested. What? It's mentioned in the autopsy report, so you read the fine print. They found traces of the medication in the victim's left ear.
Yeah, there it is. Very, very fine print.
Since Mr. Elk correctly applied some of his medicine while he was at Très Bien. Therefore, it would be absurd to believe that he would still have eaten his medication.
Seems that the medication is irrelevant to the case after all.
No. Nick! If you don't think of something quick, it'll be all over. She's right. I can't get over any weak objection. What should I do? Push the medication issue. Only moments ago, Mr. Godot made the following statement. It seems Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Très Bien. If that's the case, then why was the medication not found at the scene of the crime?
But the medication in question was for topical use inside the ear canal.
Ah, objection! It doesn't change the fact that it could not be found at the crime scene. However insignificant it may seem, it's a lawyer's duty to pursue the truth.
You know as well as I do that the medication is irrelevant. It hardly seems likely that a prescription drug would contain potassium cyanide.
Hardly seems likely that the coffee the waitress served would contain it either. But it did. The possibility is undeniable.
That's enough. Mr. Godot, is the detective the only witness the prosecution wishes to recall? Mr. Godot?
I've got to call my own witness. I've got my own witness I'd like to call, sir. The old man who was there in the restaurant the day of the murder. Victor Kudo, the pigeon hater?
Very well. The matter of the disappearing medication seems to be more than trivial at best. However, it wasn't explored at all in the previous trial, and that is something that bothers me.
Yay, good job, Nick.
The court will adjourn for a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear the prosecution's next witness.
Suppose this means I'll just have to finish you off with my last 6 cups.
What is adjourned for the recess?
Last 6. Okay, we're going to do the counting game again. When we go back, let's count them. Never know 3. Ew, that was close. Tell me about it. I nearly died in there. That's my line, sir. No, that's my line. I think I really did die a little bit. It's like we all nearly died in there. Can't believe Detective Gumshoe. How could he betray us like that?
Huh?
He said he'd help me. But he totally set me up. I don't think he meant to do that. Maggie, he was backed into a corner. I mean, the guy's got to do his job, right? It's okay. I know all about lies and betrayal. I've had them my whole life. It really hurt this time. It felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. I hate that guy. I don't ever want to see him again. Gumshoe. So the next witness is going to be that old guy from the park, right? Yeah, Mr. Kudo, lover of waitress outfits and projectile seeds. But he's going to be really stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know. Yeah, he's a big old grouch. Are you going to be able to handle him, Nick? Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me, even if it's never-ending bird seeds. I'm going to well and truly, I've got a smidge left, well and truly finish my water before I have to do this guy's voice. There we go. Now that's got to last me the rest of this trial, hopefully.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Maggie Bird. Mr. Godot, your next witness, please.
The prosecution calls the lucky old-timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand? Name and occupation, if you don't mind. My name is Victor Godot.
Born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty are what makes me. Mind you, I can be quite emotional at times too.
You don't need to hear about that, Mr. Godot. Just tell us to quote your occupation.
My occupation? Listen, young'un. How much call do you think there is in kimono embroidery here?
Kimono embroidery?
That's what I do, or did back in Japan. I embroidered family crests on kimonos. My ancestors were embroidering kimonos before this country even existed.
Wow, a real craftsman. A dying breed. Hey, maybe you could embroider my costume sometime.
Anyway, like I said, there's not much demand for the kind of thing here. So I had to take a job working at the cash register at a burger joint, pretending to smile.
The burger joint would have been better off putting him in the kitchen. Now then, witness. Were you at the restaurant at the time of the incident?
Oh yes, I was eating some seeds over a cup of Jafficano.
Seeds?
What do you think these are,
I see.
So you saw everything that happened, Gramps? Did I? Oh yes. Yes, I did. I saw it all.
Then please, tell the court.
We're all ears. Sure. I'll tell you. I'll tell you every last detail.
He's really getting into this. What I witnessed. Oh boy.
The young man was reading the sports paper. The serving girl brought him a Jafficano, but she put something in it. The man took one sip of it, looked into his terrible pain, and then collapsed. That's the serving girl, right, in the defendant's chair. I remember her well.
Mr. Godot, she is not a serving girl. Please refer to her as a waitress.
You're as bad as the rest of them. All these newfangled words. What's wrong with old-fashioned ones, eh?
Newfangled?
All this talk of radios and glasses, it's wireless spectacles, I tell you.
Excuse me.
Listen to me, everyone. Don't forget the old values. Don't let the good old days slip away.
Well, I think it's time to begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Press him on the statement, that's the serving girl. You said I remember her well in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features that you can identify her by?
Particular features is a disgrace, that's what it is.
Sorry?
You can see all the way up to her, you know. She's practically naked in that uniform.
Objection to the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is her outfit. But anyone could wear such a uniform, even me. Mr. Wright, please spare the court of any further mental anguish from that image. Don't get all excited, Nick. You've got to keep yourself together. I guess I got a bit carried away.
There are other things I recognize about her too.
Seems pretty sure of himself. Press. Sure, you saw the waitress take the coffee over to the victim. What matters is whether or not that the waitress was Maggie Bird. Quite right. Mr. Godot, there's other features that you recognize about the defendant. I'd like to ask you to add them to your testimony.
Sure.
There's a ribbon in her hair and the apron straps were loose. Press him on that. You seem to remember several details about her appearance. But what's the most crucial detail of all? Her face.
As if I wouldn't remember that. The witness noticed the straps on the accursed apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face. That's right. I can't even tell you the colour of the ribbon in her hair. I can either. It was red. So you see, there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight.
There's no doubt he remembers the waitress pretty well. What should I do? Get the feeling there's something more to this somehow. Let's ask about the waitress's back. The identifying features you described are all things you would see from the back.
So what?
Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all?
Objection!
He's got you there, Gramps.
People normally talk about facial features when they are asked to describe someone. But this witness testimony is nothing but scraps and ribbons.
This is harassment. I tell you I'm not obsessed with straps and ribbons. I'm just telling you what I saw.
Mr. Godot, the court requests that you add details about the identifying features. Features you observed from the front, that is, to your testimony.
Sure.
This old man's testimony is getting longer and longer. If I can't find a hole in it soon, it'll get even longer, I bet.
Was there anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front?
Really?
Objection!
Mr. Kudo, I would like you to please take a look at this.
Ah, that filthy thing would suit filth like you just perfectly. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looks like, just after he's done eating.
Have you ever seen this before?
Of course I haven't. Do you think I'd forget something as dirty as that? Well, you half-witted clot. What? What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clot, there's been an eerie silence in here.
Mr. Kudo, this apron is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning.
Huh?
As you just said yourself, you wouldn't forget something like this. Which means, if you had really seen this apron before... Yes, you'd know what I'm getting at. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front.
Oops.
Witness, you can't just oops your way out of this.
Ah, well, well. Looks like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands.
That's one.
Listen, Trite, here are the facts. On the day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant.
That being the defendant, Miss Maggie Bird.
Exactly. And when the one waitress put the poison into the coffee cup, this old guy was watching.
I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Kudo. The fate of the defendant may rest on what you say you remember seeing.
Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps. You can only rely on me, Captain. My noggin is perfect working order. I can't remember a single occasion where I forgot what burger a customer wanted.
He can't remember? Probably more like he messed up so many times he's blocking it out. Very well, let's just test how good that memory and attention to detail is, Mr. Kudo. Tell us what you remember about the victim.
He was another one of those pesky young types, wearing a broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand, and there was a noisy brat kept rustling its pages. The young man was listening to the wireless, I remember that well. When the serving girl in question brought over the Javicano, the little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip.
The testimony we have just heard was to test how credible the witness's memory is. It seems to me that he remembers the detail in a great deal of detail.
Ah, yes, I hate those you-know-what types who are so vague about everything.
How are we going to handle this, Nick? We only need to do one thing. We just need to prove that this old man's memory is shot. Just trip him up, you mean? That's kind of cruel. I suppose, but it's what I do best. Present the coffee cup to the statement. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. Objection! Alright, we got two more left after this. Two more testimonies. Mr. Kudo, do you remember what you told us at the start of the testimony? That this was a way of testing the credibility of your memory.
I know. There's nothing wrong with my memory, I tell you, nothing. If I got anything wrong, I'll eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song. Care to tell us where this is going, Trite?
According to Mr. Kudo, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make that his left.
Ah, what is this? Kindergarten?
But I would like the court to please take a look at this. This is the cup the victim used, correct? Yes, and on the rim you notice the mark left by the victim's lips. Yes, there is a stain left by the coffee. If you consider where that stain is, you'll clearly see that the victim was holding the cup in his right hand.
But how?
Well, Mr. Kudo, the court is waiting for your epic performance. You said you'd eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song.
Ah!
Mr. Kudo, I'm afraid this is simply not acceptable. I think the witness has better go back to the park where he came from.
Wait! If you think I'm going to stand here and listen to you tell me I'm mad, you're wrong. I don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw.
You still insist on your testimony?
That young brat was holding the cup in his left hand. Oh, yes, no question. I'm a good law-abiding citizen, I am. It's that dead young hotbot and you, the spiky-head yahoo, who are at fault.
Who, me? Thank you, old man. We've heard quite enough from you already.
Don't call me old man, old man. I've been around for 68 years, I have. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say.
I'm sorry, Mr. Godot, but...
Sure. Why not hear a little more?
Mr. Godot... Oh, Mr. Godot...
But this is my 16th cup of coffee. So this is your final stand.
Thank you, Captain.
You can rely on Victor.
Left hand or right hand?
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side of the green lens of his specs. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. Then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left.
You know the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye.
It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor that often used by programmers.
A monitor? You mean like a television screen?
The inside of the lens is a screen that displays computer data. It's called a HMD. It's a common tool of the victim's line of work. HD, TV, DVD, CD, all these newfangled letters drive me mad, but they don't matter. I know what I saw, and I'm telling the truth.
It's true. He doesn't seem to be lying.
And those are the facts, in good old black and white.
Okay, present the subscription bag into the statement, and then he used the same hand to pick up the cup.
Objection!
I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, but... Mr. Godot, there is something very strange about your observation of the victim.
What?
You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the HMD.
No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. If it was his left ear, without a doubt. You could only see the side of his head from where I was sitting.
I don't think so.
What do you say?
You're no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Godot, but the victim couldn't hear with his left ear. His eardrum was ruptured.
Eh?
Traces of medication from the condition were found in his ear canal. That's right, it's impossible for the victim to be wearing this earpiece on his left ear, because he couldn't even hear in that ear.
Is that true, Captain?
It is.
Pigeon, pretty pigeon,
Order. The witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind. And he claims the victim was wearing an earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Godot?
A single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man is my drop of milk. Captain, you calling me a drip?
This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark on the rim clearly shows that the victim picked up with his right hand.
I'll never back down. I know I'm right. That lad drank his Giovacano with his left hand. Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly, the victim used both hands. He took a sip with the hand he held in his right and switched to his left. That's what the old man saw.
Oh, objection! Impossible. The witness has already testified on numerous occasions that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip of the coffee.
Which hand the victim used to pick up his cup is irrelevant, Your Honor.
And in fact, he said a minute ago that he was on his 16th, so that would be his 17th, following his usual logic.
Like this.
Sadly, Mr. Godot, that doesn't wash. The point of the testimony was to establish whether the witness's testimony is credible. And the results are clear. The testimony given by this witness are useless.
Ugh.
I believe it is time to conclude today's proceedings. I'm satisfied that the witness is not deceiving the court, but to be frank, his testimony is a farce.
Do you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old foggy.
I'm sorry, Mr. Godot. You can't reach me from there. I'm ordering the defense and the prosecution to investigate this case further. That is all for now. This court is adjourned.
Hold it. Wait.
we stop now, where does that leave me?
Leave you, Mr. Kudo.
Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there, I'm just a bumbling old man who can't even dot his T's and cross his I's now.
How is your bad memory my fault? I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but there's nothing I can do.
I kept my mouth shut until now. But there's something else and the court should know.
What? There's more?
To be perfectly honest, might not be anything. But I want another chance. I want another crack at you, you young shark.
Me? He's looking at me like I'm some sort of evil shogun.
Well, everyone, what do you say to one final showdown? The final chapter in this eccentric old man's scrapbook.
Sorry, Gramps.
I've already had my 17th cup of coffee. What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all my Trafficano when it comes out of the house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man.
That's enough, witness. Maybe it'll be quicker for the court to just hear your testimony.
You bet, much quicker. Can't believe this is happening. Aha! You better get ready, youngster.
I get the picture, just quit throwing those seeds at me, would you? Could be using some sort of infinite ammo code with the box of seeds.
First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of it myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javicano. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. It broke and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, huh?
Is that all?
Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. You doubting me again? You doubting the poor defenseless old man?
No, we are not doubting you, Mr. Kudo.
Can you get the feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick?
Yeah. So what?
Probably. That's all I can think of, and I have to cross-examine this guy.
You're a bird brain. That's why all you can think of.
Very well, Mr. Wright, your final cross-examination, please.
Alright, present the crime photos to the statement. Well, the clumsy idiot. The clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. Well, no, he didn't. Objection! Mr. Kudo, this is a photograph of the crime scene.
So what?
Look carefully at the table. The vase is there, intact. Lost your tongue, Grandad?
I'm no granddad of yours, Hopscotch.
Ow, ow, ow.
Enough! If you throw any more seeds in this courtroom, the cleaners will be here all night. What is it now?
I just remembered something.
Yes, go on.
The broke vase. It was on my table.
What?
Well, you see. It startled me when that young lad collapsed, so I stood up. That must have been when it fell over. The vase on my table, I mean.
The vase on your table?
Yeah, it was on my table. And that's how my groin came to be completely soaked.
Get him out of it, he's unreliable.
Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You've certainly earned your kudos for today.
I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been any use at all?
I have said something you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kudo.
Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Oh, yes, I remember something else.
Bailiff, escort the witness out of this courtroom.
Wait, listen to me.
Well, you seem to have been considerably sidetracked, and I'm still not in a position to deliver a verdict. The defendant has not been positively identified as a waitress in question. Additionally, there are two disparities in the testimony we have heard thus far.
The mark of the coffee cup that the victim supposedly drank with his left hand, and the earpiece, which was inserted in his left ear, which he couldn't hear. Wow, Nick, you did it.
I therefore require both the defense and the prosecution to further investigate the facts.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's one thing before I call today's session to an end.
One more thing, Your Honor.
The witness we just heard from, He is most insistent that the testimony should be of use. So he summarized it accordingly in this statement. Okay. You may each have a copy of it if you wish.
Whatever. The prosecution doesn't need props like that.
Godot's really mad, huh?
Yeah, I would be too.
Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies. Your own, my own, yours, and Mr. Godot's.
Yes, Your Honor. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. Sorry. Sorry, this isn't a piece of testimony. It's more like a 5-year-old's apology. What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies?
That is all. The court is now adjourned.
And that is where we'll be wrapping up. Who this phony Phoenix is, with his attitude, and everything that follows thereafter, we'll have to see next time, won't we? As per, it's becoming a bit of a tradition at this point with Wednesdays, I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'll be taking a bit of time off just to kind of give my throat a break from all the voices I've been doing today. But we'll be back Thursday for more of this, and I think on Friday I might spice it up by doing another Blue Reflection stream. Like I said, I do want to do at least one more stream before we do Phoenix Wright 3 like entirely, just to mix it up a little bit because I want to play more of that game. But as it stands, we are done for today. So thank you so much for watching as always. Once again, thanks so much for taking me over 400 subscribers. That's an amazing milestone for me personally. And I'll see you all next time. Till then though, peace. And off goes the camera. God, we were streaming for 4.5 hours. Jeez. Anyway, peace. Bye.